Chapter 210. The Wind Wolf is going to use its bloodline power. The elder called Old Zhao said, with a serious tone. The man next to him said, I have heard about the bloodline power, but I have never seen it before. The ancient beast bloodline is indeed very powerful. However, the Wind Wolf does not have much bloodline power. It can only use it once or twice at most. Awoo! The tornado disappeared, and all of the blood chi on the Wind Wolf's body gathered at its throat. It stepped on the ground with its 4 claws and stretched its body, letting out a destructive roar towards the sky. The roar turned into a sound wave ball, expanding with the Wind Wolf as the center. That speed was so fast that it could not even be described as lightning. All of a sudden, time seemed to have slowed down. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Some of them were still in the position of killing the beasts, their blood splashing everywhere in the air. Among the crowd, only Yi Chun was shocked. The roar of the Wind Wolf could affect a warrior's sense of time. He, who had learned the poetic perspective of mountains and rivers, saw something different from the others. The mountain was still the mountain, and the water was still the water. The speed of the blood splashing was not slow at all, and it had already landed on the ground. Boom! His body exploded, and Yi Chun turned into countless shadows, shooting out towards the outside. The next second, the sound wave ball expanded to hundreds of meters wide, then turned into a tornado. Within the attack range, no matter if it was a warrior or a beast, all of them started to bleed, and their bodies were blown away. The next second, an even more horrifying scene happened. More than half of the warriors and beasts were blown into pieces, turning into blood mist. Although Yi Chen's speed was fast, he was still not as fast as the sound wave ball expanding. He had only been grazed by it, and his ears started to bleed immediately. His heart was beating like a drum, as if it was going to jump out of his chest and explode. With a leap, Yi Chen had escaped from the most dangerous area. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw dozens of human figures shooting out in all directions, including Wu Liangyu and the 4th Knight. As for the others, their bodies had already been shattered by the sound wave, leaving no bones behind. Wah! Landing heavily on the ground, Wu Liangyu and the 4th Knight looked like ghosts. Blood could not stop flowing out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They had just lifted up their upper bodies when they puked out a huge mouthful of blood. On the city wall, the fire spirit said strangely, Black Crow, this attack is not simple. You could have stopped it. The Black Crow Taoist shook his head. It's better to let him suffer some setbacks. He won't die anyway. Hee, that's really your style. But I seem to have some impression of that blue-clothed young man. A couple of months ago, I boarded the Ocean Beast of the South Chamber of Commerce on the Wild Goose Falling River. He was on that ship. The Black Crow Man did not pay too much attention to his disciple Wu Liangyu. His eyes landed on Yi Chun, who was the only one who was not injured. The fire spirit said, in a one-on-one fight, he might not be able to beat your disciple, but when it comes to survival skills, your disciple will never be able to catch up with him. Yeah, that is exactly what Wu Liangyu lacks. A real powerful warrior cannot be achieved with just training. He has to go through all kinds of hardships to get a heart of gold. The Wind Wolf's roar had killed hundreds of warriors and hundreds of beasts. Its power was definitely horrifying. Even old Zhao, who was far away, would have to step back when facing the full power roar of the Wind Wolf, not daring to face it directly. However, being too powerful did not come without a price. The light in the Wind Wolf's eyes had dimmed a lot. Obviously, using its bloodline power by force had taken a huge toll on it. Now is the best chance to kill it. Old Zhao was very experienced, so he mumbled to himself. Right at that moment, someone attacked. That burning fire wave attacked him. Meng Chao laughed out loud. This wind wolf, let me take care of it. Red burning godly palm. A red flame appeared on the Zhun-Chi giant palm as it landed heavily on the wind wolf's body. Boom! The wind wolf's 4 limbs were bent and sunk into the ground, bringing up dust everywhere. Die now! Meng Chao knew that this was his chance to become famous. He pushed his red-burning godly art to its limit, and a sun-like fire exploded around his body. In that fire, both of his hands looked like they were filled with lead. Each palm was heavier than the previous one, continuously landing on the wind wolf's body. The red fire waves spread out everywhere, burning the ground into crystals. The wind wolf kept roaring and struggling, trying to get up. But Meng Chao did not give it a chance to breathe at all, suppressing it with all his might. On the side, Yichen did not do anything. With his soul power, he could sense that the wind wolf's blood qi had not completely disappeared. Instead, it had been scattered into all of its limbs and merged into its body. Right now, after being suppressed by Meng Chao, that blood qi was showing signs of gathering together. Dai. Although it was a bit unfair, Meng Chao was indeed in a good mood right now. The wind wolf that had beaten Wu Liangyu to the point where he could not even fight back was now in his hands. No matter what, it was still an honor that could not be taken away. Yichen frowned. That blood qi had gathered together and was all concentrated on the wind wolf's right claw. Because the right claw had sunk into the ground, no one had noticed it except for him. Crack! The ground was torn open, and a blood-red claw light shot out of the ground, grabbing onto Meng Chao's protective Zhen-Qi layer. Under the invasion of the bloodline power, Meng Chao's protective Zhen-Qi was extremely weak and was easily torn into pieces. With a loud clang, Meng Chao opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood and small pieces of flesh. His whole body was blown away in shock and crashed into the beast tide, killing a few beasts along the way. Meng Chao. On the city wall, the great master of the alchemist martial school flashed his body and traveled thousands of meters to save Meng Chao from the beast wave. Even Meng Chao had fainted. I can only say that the wind wolf is too cunning. He did not expect that he would still have some tricks up his sleeves. Only one warrior from the young generation is still standing. How unexpected! In everyone's mind, among the young generation that had come to the Gold Tripod City, Wu Liangyu, the fourth knight, Meng Chao, and Yichen were the most powerful. Right now, Wu Liangyu and the fourth knight were badly wounded and had lost most of their battling power. Meng Chao had fainted and had been taken away by the great master of the alchemist martial school. Right now, only Yichen in blue was not wounded at all. The blood qi has disappeared completely. Attack! The second he decided to attack, Yichen cleared his mind. All of the sounds in the world had been pushed out, and he had entered an empty realm that was very hard to enter. Without any desire, Yichen pushed his separating shadow flying art to its limit. In the first half of the journey, one could still see a light shadow, but in the second half, he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only that light pattern in the air proved that he was still there. Lone Peak Kill. When he was only 3 meters away from the wind wolf, Yichen took out his Star Scar sword, stabbing it right into its throat. The wind wolf could only watch it happen. It had been badly wounded, so it could not dodge it at all. Its mind had been slowed down a lot. When it realized what was happening, the tip of the sword had already pierced into its skin. The second the sword pierced in, Yichen shook his wrist. The 11th movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords had been infused into his sword movement. Kill. It was easy to stab in. The wind wolf's body defense was indeed powerful, but the inside of its body was undoubtedly the weakest point. Even if it had the bloodline of an ancient beast, it would still be impossible to train its internal organs and muscles to the same level as its body surface defense. It was already going against all logic. As the sword pierced in, the sword chi that contained the sword intent exploded violently, crazily cutting the inside of the wind wolf's throat. If one could see through it, one could see that the inside of the wind wolf's throat had already been badly mutilated. There was no throat tissue left, only tiny pieces of flesh that had been cut by the sword chi. Pulling out the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen's body exploded, turning into dozens of shadows and spreading out. Just as he had expected, the wind wolf had used its most powerful attack before it died. One claw had completely blown up the ground within 100 meters radius. The powerful claw power had penetrated deep into the ground. The muffled, rumbling sound did not stop for even a second and was getting further and further away. After using its most powerful attack, the wind wolf's life force seemed to have been sucked out along with it. The wound on its neck could not be controlled anymore. Blood poured out like a fountain, reaching dozens of meters long. Its huge body started to soften, lying on the ground, not moving at all. A few hundred meters away, Yi Chen was breathing heavily. So tired, that sword attack seemed to have merged with the one-sword kill. I wonder how he did it. With only the Lone Peak kill combined with the 11th movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords, the most he could do was wound the wind wolf, but he would never be able to kill it with one sword attack. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even without the strange blood chi and part of Yuan chi, the wind wolf was still one of the tyrants of the rank 6 beasts. It would not be easy to kill it. From the way Meng Chao was beating the wind wolf, it could be seen that a beast of this level would not be killed with 2 or 3 attacks. At that moment, Yi Chun, who had fallen into the empty realm, had instinctively performed the one-sword kill. Then, somehow, it had merged with the Lone Peak kill and stabbed into it with his mind. It was the second when he had merged with the one-sword kill that he had been able to merge with the 11th movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords. However, it would be impossible for Yi Chun to do it again. Right now, his mind was a mess, and he did not know the details at all. If I could train that sword attack, even if I might not be invincible under the astral reaching realm, I would at least be one of the top warriors. Unfortunately, I do not have enough experience. It was luck that I was able to perform it once. If I want to perform it again, I would have to rely on my confidence. Yi Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He killed the wind wolf with one sword attack. I thought it would be a tough battle. Some warriors mumbled to themselves. His attacking power had increased drastically. It seems like he had made a huge breakthrough in that one day and one night of battling. I am so jealous. How come I did not make a breakthrough? If even you could make a breakthrough, then it would be so worthless. Only 1 out of 10,000 people could make a breakthrough in an endless battle. It would be one of the rare battling martial geniuses. After the wind wolf had died, everyone started to talk about it. Without a doubt, the center of the discussion was Yi Chun, who had descended like a star. Although no one knew his name, they all thought that he had the power to be in the top 20 of the hidden dragon rank, and was qualified to compete with the top martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. The power of that sword attack had already surpassed mine. Zhao's eyes were bright as he looked at Yi Chun. His friend said, "Is he that powerful?" Killing a rank 6 tyrant beast with one attack. As far as I know, there are no more than 10 clasping Yuan realm warriors in the South Rudra region who could do that. Of course, he is not even in the top 10 because those 10 people were all facing a rank 6 tyrant beast at its peak, not the wind wolf that had lost its bloodline power and a part of its Yuan Qi. But it is already horrifying. He is only at the mid-clasping Yuan realm. If he could reach the late clasping Yuan realm, or even the peak level late clasping yuan realm. I wonder how horrifying he would be. Zhao explained. Chapter 211. The night passed, and the morning arrived. The first beam of sunlight poured down from the dark clouds formed by the beast Qi, bringing a ray of light to the battlefield. Buddy, we should go rest. You and I both know about the consequence of taking too many pellets. You are right. The Zhenqi quality is dropping. Let's go back to the gold tripod city and rest for a bit. Warriors were not like beasts. Without the advantage of Zhenqi, their attacking power would drop drastically. But even without the beast Qi, the beasts still had their powerful bodies. Therefore, when the warriors reached their limit, they would immediately go back to the gold tripod city to train their Zhenqi, trying to recover their attacking power. The rest of the warriors who could still fight would continue to fight and wait for their turn. Because of this, the warriors in the gold tripod city were at a disadvantage, and the number of casualties had increased drastically. It is time for us to attack. The fire spirit stood up. The Black Crow Man performed his Black Crow great art, and a pair of pitch black wings grew out of his back. He nodded and said, "The beast's endurance is way beyond human warriors. If we do not attack now, the rest of the warriors will not be able to survive. But we cannot kill them all." After communicating with each other, all of the astral-reaching realm warriors started to attack. Death Tornado. It was exactly the same movement as Wu Liangyu, but it was performed by the Black Crow Man. However, it was 10 times more powerful. With one attack, at least thousands of beasts had been torn apart, and a huge area had been flattened. It was as easy as eating and drinking. Flowing Fire Blade. The fire spirit's power was not any weaker than the Black Crow Man's. While he was walking, countless flame-like giant light blades were shot out, killing the beasts as if they were grass. That kind of casual and elegant artistic conception had shocked all the warriors who were still fighting on the battlefield. This is the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. There is no way to fight back. No, Wonder Thunder Freer said that even if I trained my sword intent to completion and am at peak level late clasping Yuan realm, I would only be able to run away and would not be able to fight back. After one day and one night, Yi Chen had not gone back to the city to rest at all. He had been fighting until now. For him, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. If he did not try, he would definitely regret it. Seeing the astral-reaching realm warriors attacking, he did not know where the energy came from. His mental state had recovered to its peak, and there was even a sign of a breakthrough. Haha, why are you saving your Jin Yuan? Just use a few big moves, and it'll be over. In the sky, an astral-reaching realm warrior flew to an extremely high place. He slowly raised both of his hands, as if he was holding something. All of a sudden, a thunder ball shining with silver lightning appeared between his two hands. The thunder ball expanded in the wind, and within a breath's time, it had expanded to dozens of meters in size. At first glance, one would think that he was holding a silver sun shining with lightning. Thunder explosion. He roared and swung the huge ball of lightning down. Rumble. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Miles in the distance turned into a world of thunder and lightning. Right after that, an endless bright light blossomed, lighting up thousands of miles in radius. All the martial artists below the astral-reaching realm hurried to close their eyes. They suspected that if they looked directly at that sun-like light, they would go blind. When he opened his eyes again, the world of thunder and lightning had disappeared. The remaining electric currents in the air were still crackling and roaming, and the demonic beasts that were trapped in it could not even be seen. Even the ground tens of meters deep had turned into nothingness. So powerful. He is at least at the late astral reaching realm, and he managed to kill tens of thousands of beasts with one attack. A lot of people were shocked. The Black Crow Man and the Fire Spirit looked at each other. Let's see who can kill more beasts with one attack. No burning of Zhen Yuan. I have trained the fire element, Zhen Qi. My attacking range is definitely above yours. Then let's compete. The horrifying battlefield was obviously a place for astral-reaching realm warriors to play games. They started to compete with each other, throwing out their ace attacks one after another. Every time, they could kill thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, he could only kill about 100 beasts with one attack. But of course, the attacking power could not be measured by the attacking range. For example, Yi Chen's biggest attacking range was the tornado, which could kill almost 100 beasts with one attack. However, the lone peak kill could only kill a couple of beasts, or even one beast. But it was still not as powerful as the lone peak kill. On the contrary, the tornado was nowhere as powerful as the lone peak kill. The two could not be compared at all. Even so, facing an astral-reaching realm warrior with a cultivation of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm, it was not hard to imagine the disadvantage of facing an astral-reaching realm warrior. After all, the opponent would be able to cover a huge area with only one attack. How could one escape? Even if one managed to escape, one would be exhausted and unable to do anything. Reaching this level, Yi Chen had to think about how to deal with astral-reaching realm warriors. In less than 15 minutes, the number of beasts on the battlefield had been reduced by more than half. The remaining beasts were still a couple of times more than the warriors from the Gold Tripod City. Kill! Kill! Before, when the astral-reaching realm warriors were showing off their power, everyone had taken a break, including Yi Chen. Right now, the number of beasts had been reduced by more than half, which was definitely a good thing. Shoo! 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 Killing a beast with one sword attack was obviously not that many compared to the other clasping Yuan realm warriors. However, Yi Chen's sword attack frequency was unimaginably high. With each breath, his body would travel 200 to 300 meters among the beasts. In the process, he had thrown out 67 sword attacks and killed 67 beasts. The efficiency of killing beasts was almost as high as his wide-range sword attack, Tornado Broken Clouds. Standing on top of a massive beast's body, Yi Chen looked out. The outside of the Gold Tripod City had been dyed red. On the bloody ground, the number of beasts was less than 1 million, and the number of human warriors was around 400,000. Adding half of the warriors in the city, it would be 800,000. Out of the 2 million warriors, only 800,000 were left. The death toll had reached a shocking 1,200,000, which was definitely a terrifying number. Without reaching the clasping Yuan realm, it would be like dancing on the edge of a knife in this kind of large-scale battlefield. The good thing is that the Gold Tripod City is only this big, so the beasts would not be able to squeeze in all the way. If it were on the grassland without any obstacles, 20 million beasts could easily kill 2 million warriors. Waving his sword and killing a beast that jumped on him, Yi Chen continued to kill. All right, I have been suppressing it all this time. It is time for you to taste the real power of the lone peak kill. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen stabbed his sword into the neck of the bull-type beast. Pooh! Dozens of beasts in a straight line had all been pierced through by the sword Qi, which was as fast as lightning. Although this attack of mine is a close combat sword attack, it does not mean that it can only kill one target. With the help of the lone peak kill, the sword Qi has a horrifying piercing power. Before, Yi Chen did not use it because he wanted to try it out. Plus, there were too many beasts, so it would be better to control the consumption of Zhen Qi. But now that the number of beasts had decreased drastically, Yi Chen did not have to worry so much anymore. He could just kill as much as he wanted. As the number of beasts decreased, the dark clouds formed by the beast chi in the sky had been dispersed. The golden sunlight shone down, brightening up the whole place. Ah, in the distance, in the mountain of corpses, and the sea of blood, a lot of human-shaped blood, Mist suddenly screamed. As soon as the sunlight shone on them, they were burned into smoke. What is that? Including Yi Chun, a lot of people could not believe their eyes. On the city wall, the fire spirit forced a smile. Indeed, there will be blood demons in a big battle. The Black Crow Man said, "It is very hard to form a blood demon. It cannot be directly hit by the sunlight, and it needs to have enough blood and hatred. These blood demons are all low-rank blood demons, nothing to worry about." Just as the voice of the Black Crow Taoist priest faded away, cyan smoke rose from the lake-like blood water. After that, a blood shadow couldn't help but rush out of the water and rushed towards the shadowy corner. This blood shadow was shone upon by the sunlight, and smoke rose from its body as well. However, it was different from the human-shaped blood mist. Its body didn't dissipate all of a sudden. Instead, it slowly melted like a snowman under the scorching sun. Even a low-rank blood demon has formed. Some of the astral-reaching realm warriors were a bit surprised. Look, there is even a mid-rank blood demon. One of them reached out his hand and pointed at the dark corner of the corpse mountain. There was also a blood shadow there. It looked like a human, but the facial features were a bit blurry. Shoo! A rank 5 beast was passing by, but it did not have the time to escape before it was jumped on by the blood shadow. Something shocking happened. This blood shadow somehow managed to drill into the beast's body without any hindrance. After a while, it rushed out. The blood light on its body was even brighter, and its facial features seemed to be a bit clearer. Meanwhile, the rank 5 beast behind it had turned into a dried-up corpse. Such an evil existence. No wonder I saw a lot of human dried-up corpses at night. I thought they were killed by the beasts that specialized in sucking human blood. Yi Chun frowned. As the dark clouds of beast chi dissipated, more blood shadows appeared, attacking towards the beasts. As for the human warriors, they were too far away from there. Plus, they were under the sunlight, so none of the blood shadows attacked. If I am not mistaken, these blood demons have been formed since yesterday. They increase their cultivation by swallowing the blood of beasts and humans. Luckily, there are no high-rank blood demons. Otherwise, even with all of our power, we might not be able to stop them. Let's kill them now, just in case it causes more trouble. The fire spirit flashed his body and arrived in the middle of the battlefield within a couple of breaths. He threw out a casual attack. That flame-like blade, chi, seemed to be the nemesis of the blood demons. Once it touched them, they would be burned into nothingness. Too careless. The Black Crow Man shook his head and flew into the battlefield as well. The other astral-reaching realm warriors started to attack as well. They all looked very serious, worried about the appearance of a high-rank blood demon. Although it was not that easy to form a high-rank blood demon, there were too many top-rank beasts and warriors on the battlefield. As long as they swallowed enough blood of the same rank, they might be able to create a high-rank blood demon. As the astral-reaching realm warriors attacked, they also took care of the beasts. They did not want to leave any blood for the blood demons to grow stronger. Yi Chun and the rest of the warriors went back to the wall of the gold tripod city and watched the scene down below. Boom! The fire spirit had the most destructive power for the blood demons. With one attack, none of the blood demons could escape. Even after all the blood demons had been killed, the astral-reaching realm warriors still did not let their guard down. They started to use their Zhen Yuan to evaporate the blood. As for the smaller ones, they did not care about it, since the formation of the blood demons would require a huge amount of blood and hatred. Under the sunlight, the smaller ones would dry up very quickly. What everyone did not know was that there was also a huge amount of blood water in the deep underground. It was the blood that had seeped down from above, forming an underground blood river. Inside the blood river, a blood shadow appeared slowly. The face was very clear, just like a real person. He had a nasty smile on his face, and the expression in his eyes was as evil as one could imagine. It was like a combination of evil. Chapter 2:12. The battlefield was way too huge. It was hundreds of miles in radius. It was not until the afternoon that dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors managed to evaporate the blood river that had the potential to form a blood demon. Luckily, no top-rank blood demons appeared. The fire spirit said in relief. The Black Crow Man said, "There are different levels of top-rank blood demons. If it were a normal top-rank blood demon, I would be able to kill it for sure. If it were a bit more powerful, I think only your fire element Jinyuan would be able to suppress it. As for the top-rank blood demons, I am afraid only the extremely rare sun Jinyuan would be able to suppress it." Another astral-reaching realm warrior walked over and laughed. Blood demons can increase their cultivation very fast in the early stages. Once they reach the top-rank blood demon level, even if they devour 100 blood essences of the same level, they would not be able to make much progress unless they devour extremely powerful essences or Seas of Souls realm warriors. Speaking of which, the blood demon's talents are way too powerful. We have spent decades to reach the astral reaching realm, but for the blood demons, as long as they have enough essences, they would be able to reach the astral reaching realm in a short period of time. The Black Crow Man laughed. "I would rather train slower than become a blood demon." Before the blood demons reach the blood demon king level, they would always be afraid of sunlight, fire, and thunder. Even if they become a blood demon king, the Jinyuan with the 3 elements would still be able to suppress them. Plus, you guys should not forget that the blood demons only increase their cultivation by devouring essences. Once their consciousness starts to get messed up, that would be the time for them to die. Yeah, the biggest weakness of the blood demons is that they can easily break down their consciousness. The more they devour, the faster their consciousness will break down. In the human area, almost none of the blood demons could become a blood demon king, and very few of them could become blood demon generals. However, after this incident, we have indeed been too careless. It seems like we have forgotten a lot of the horrifying records in the past 1,000 years. Everyone was speechless. In the human history, there were a few blood demon disasters. The first one was too far away from the modern era, which was in the ancient era. The second one was 50,000 years after the ancient era, and the third one was 1,000 years ago. The records for the first 2 were very vague, since it was way too long ago. However, the third one was very detailed. Back then, the true spirit continent was at its peak. Almost every 3 days, there would be a small beast wave in every country. Every half a month, there would be a medium beast wave in mid-sized countries, and every half a year, there would be a large beast wave in the big countries. It had been like this for a whole year. In the endless battles, both the demonic beasts and humans had suffered great losses. The number had reached a horrifying 300 billion. The blood light had shot into the sky, turning the clouds in the sky red. The rain was also blood rain. A lot of warriors had been attacked by the blood light and turned into murderous maniacs. There were also a lot of people who had lost their minds and died. Such a horrifying environment was undoubtedly a paradise for the blood demons. Countless blood demons were born in the mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. At first, there were only a few of them, but because the humans did not manage to get rid of them in time, they continued to be born. Eventually, after the beast wave had ended, the number of blood demons had reached 100 million. Among them, there were hundreds of blood demon generals. Due to some special reasons, there was also an incomplete blood demon king. Perhaps for the whole human race, hundreds of blood demon generals and an incomplete blood demon king were not worth mentioning at all. But the disaster would not disappear just because the human race was powerful. 100 million blood demons had destroyed countless countries and devoured billions of human beings' blood. Even a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors and a life and death realm warrior had been killed. It should be known that not even a single life and death realm warrior had died in that beast wave. From then on, as long as the scale of the battle was over 1 million people, there would be people who would specifically clean out the blood demons, just in case. For some reason, many of the beast waves in the past did not produce any blood demons. Even if there were, it would only be a small group, and most of them would be low-rank blood demons. There would be very few low-rank blood demons. Perhaps it was because of this that people had become careless and did not pay much attention to the blood demons. All right, the beast clouds have already disappeared. This area is completely under the sunlight, so there will not be any new blood demons. Let's go back. Yeah, there will be the army of the Gold Tripod City to clean up the battlefield. The dead bodies of the beasts on the battlefield were not complete. Many of them had already been shattered. But if one collected them carefully, there would still be a lot of beast materials and pellets. On the wide street of the Gold Tripod City, Yi Chen and Guo Lanyue were walking side by side, preparing to go back to their respective hotels. Before the beast wave happened, today would have been the annual auction of the Gold Tripod City. But now, it might be delayed for a while. Guo Lanyue smiled, with her eyes squinted. Yi Chen said, "I would like to digest some of my battle experience." After battling for a long time, there were a lot of things that he did not have the time to digest and understand. Yi Chen needed to train while his memory was still very clear, turning all of those experiences into his own power. You are indeed a training maniac. But our moon pavilion needs martial geniuses like you. Guo Lanyue's eyes were filled with passion. She was sure that once Yi Chen joined the Moon Pavilion's 7 Knights, he would be able to push the 7 Knights to a whole new level, although he might not be as powerful as the 3rd Knight right now. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Wait until I have a reason. Maybe I will join the Moon Pavilion. Right now, the Moon Pavilion is not attractive enough for me." For Yi Chen, everything he did must have a purpose. He could not do it blindly and irresponsibly. Right now, he did not have any reason or purpose to join the Moon Pavilion. The more Yi Chen rejected, the more anxious Guo Lanyue was. She planned to report Yi Chen's situation to the management and the leader of the building as soon as she got back to the Moon Pavilion. They arrived at the hotel where Yi Chen was staying. After greeting each other, the two of them separated. "Young warrior, the bath water is ready for you." Outside the guest room, the waiter said with respect. Tipping the waiter 10 silvers, Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the bathroom, Yi Chen relaxed and closed his eyes slightly. He tried to recall everything that happened on the battlefield. Maybe it was because of his soul power, but some of the details that he usually did not pay attention to were all recalled. For example, a certain sword attack, a certain dodge, a certain kill. There seems to be something wrong with the angle. The dodging route is too sloppy. The kill is not clean enough. The more he tried to recall, the more mistakes Yi Chen realized. It was not because his power had dropped, but because he had been fighting way too often. Once or twice would be enough to keep him at his best condition, but after 1,000 or even tens of thousands of times, mistakes would be hard to avoid. Even for Yi Chun, slowly letting out a mouthful of dirty air that did not exist, Yi Chun opened his eyes and mumbled to himself, "There sure are a lot of mistakes. This is what humans are like, full of uncertainty." Swoosh! Standing up from the bath, Yi Chen's slim and muscular body was vaguely visible under the cover of the steam. Right now, he was already 17 years old, and his body was basically fully developed, which made him look even more powerful and explosive. Changing into clean clothes, Yi Chen went back to his bedroom and started to meditate and train quietly. On the battlefield that was filled with dead bodies, groups of fully armed soldiers were collecting the materials and pellets from the dead bodies of the beasts. Right next to them were huge wooden carts. So many beast materials. How much money would it cost? How about we hide a few beast pellets, the kind of high-grade ones? I advise you not to do anything stupid. Can't you see that someone is watching? If you are discovered, you will be executed immediately. Hee, I am just joking. This kind of joke is not funny. The beast wave was taken care of by the warriors who participated in the battle. We did not contribute much, and it is not like we got nothing. As long as we collect all the beast materials and pellets, we will all get about 5%. If we split it evenly, it would be equivalent to 1 or 2 months of our income. So just do what you are supposed to do, and don't think about anything else. The old captain of the soldiers advised patiently. Deep underground, inside the blood river, the blood shadow sensed the aura of the humans on the ground and was a bit restless. After a long time, it calmed down. No, these humans are too weak. Devouring their blood will only do me more harm than good. It will only make me collapse faster. Never mind. I will rest in the blood river for a while and try to consolidate my power. Blood demons were a strange kind of existence. They were born from the essence and resentment in blood. The information in their minds was very complicated, but there was no doubt that once they reached a certain level, they would be able to organize the complicated information and produce a unique intelligence. Laughing viciously, the blood shadow slowly sank into the blood river. Days passed by, and Yi Chen was still in the closed-door training mode. On the 5th day, a sharp intent burst out in the guest room, and the calm air started to ripple. Break. Opening his eyes, 2 beams of sword chi shot out from his eyes. Yi Chen opened his mouth and shouted with a low voice. Huh! The air ripple was cut open quickly, and a vague sword shadow flashed and disappeared. This sword shadow could not be seen by others, but only Yi Chen could feel it. A faintly discernible sound was heard. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at it. The bonsai in front of him shook slightly, and its leaves drooped down. It seemed like an invisible power had killed all of its vitality, and it became lifeless. 30% sword intent is entry-level sword intent, and 99% is entry-level sword intent. Right now, I am at around 50% sword intent. Sword intent was something like an illusion. Normally, it was hard to get into the beginner level, and it would be slightly easier in the later stages, because before reaching the beginner level, one would not be able to feel its existence. Being able to learn the sword intent meant that one had to have a strong mind and a unique understanding of sword arts. Yi Chen had already learned the sword intent, and he had reached entry-level sword intent. He already had a certain understanding of the sword intent, which was why he knew what was needed for the growth of the sword intent and how to improve it. Without a surprise, the others were the same. However, it was only relatively easy in the later stages. A lot of people had limited potential, or because they were living in a small environment, which made their sword intent stagnate. Therefore, there were very few people who could reach entry-level sword intent, and 1 in 10,000 would be able to reach entry-level sword intent. As for the completed sword intent, there were not that many people in the whole true spirit continent. Therefore, no one knew what was beyond the completed sword intent. According to Yi Chen's understanding, the sword intent was a bit like a support tool. For example, a normal sword chi could cut a piece of steel, but if it contained the sword intent, it might be able to cut 2 pieces of steel. The reason was that the sword intent had changed the structure of the sword chi, which made the sword chi firmer and more destructive. However, the process of the sword intent changing the sword chi could not be affected by sword artists. Or in other words, with Yi Chen's current cultivation, he was not able to affect the sword intent yet. But of course, the sword intent was not completely like a support tool. Because it was invisible, it could cut through the void and could not be affected by any evil. Just like that attack, just now, it seemed like it did not exist, but it had actually killed the bonsai instead of destroying it. Chapter 2:13. Da, 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 da. A light knocking sound came from outside the room. In fact, this sound would be heard once a day. Getting off the bed, Yi Chen said, "Come in." Crack! The door was pushed open, and the waiter walked in with a gold card. "Young warrior, this is the VIP card that your friend asked me to give you." Yi Chen took it over and had a look. On it was written, "Gold Tripod City Auction House VIP card." "A girl?" Yi Chen asked. Yes. Yi Chen did not need to guess to know who it was. He asked again, "How many days until the Gold Tripod City auction? Any news?" "It should be tomorrow." "Oh, go prepare some food for me." Putting away the VIP card, Yi Chen ordered. After 15 minutes, the food and wine were all served. Yi Chen was enjoying the food in the living room, on the 3rd street next door. Inside the guest room of the luxurious restaurant, Guolanyue, the 6th night, and the 4th night were all there. They were discussing something. "Manager Gua, are you sure you want to recruit him into the Moon Pavilion?" The 6th knight was playing with a small dagger. Guolanyue said, "Of course. It would be such a shame if we did not use such a talent." The 4th knight had not fully recovered yet. His face was a bit pale as he said, "It would be very difficult. Geniuses all have their own way of doing things. It would be strange if it was not difficult. Just like the other 3 in the 7 Knights, they are all top geniuses of their martial institutions. It took a lot of effort to invite them." The 6th Knight laughed. "It seems like Manager Guo already has a plan." "It is not really a plan. We can only try to leave a good impression on him. When it is necessary, we can make him owe us a favor. For example, during this auction, if he has something that he likes, but he does not have enough money, I would not mind lending him some." Guolanyue revealed a smile on her face. As the manager of the Moon Pavilion, although her position was not really high, she could still use some resources. It seems like I have to train harder. Otherwise, I might really be kicked out of the 7 Knights." The 6th Knight was feeling a bit stressed. The 2nd day, morning, the number of warriors on the street had increased again. Many of them were even wounded. "I heard that there will be a fire dragon fruit in this Gold Tripod City auction. I wonder if it is true? The fire dragon fruit is indeed a great item. For us clasping Yuan realm warriors, it is definitely a top-grade pellet. Unfortunately, we are not rich enough. Yeah, even if all of our assets were added up, we probably wouldn't even be able to buy the skin of the dragon fruit. That's enough. We've arrived at the auction house." At the grand and spacious entrance of the auction house, the few of them walked in side by side. Dragon fruit. Good stuff. Yi Chen fell into deep thought as he listened to the other party's words. He was currently at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, and if he wanted to reach the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, he would have to accumulate Jin Qi slowly, which would not happen overnight. However, with this fire dragon fruit, he would be able to reach the peak level of the mid-clasping yuan realm within a short period of time, which would save him a lot of time. After entering the gate, there was a gorgeous passageway on the right. Two martial artists were guarding the passageway. It should be the VIP passage. Yichen walked over and flashed his VIP card. The warrior said with respect, "Please come in." Walking out from the other side of the passageway, Yichen saw Guolanhua. She was standing outside of the number 7 VIP room, and his VIP card was also number 7. Guolanhua laughed. "Yichen, here." Entering the luxurious VIP room, Yichen looked around for a while before sitting on the leather chair in the middle. Guolanhua sat right next to him. "I heard that there will be a fire dragon fruit in this auction," Guolanhua said casually. Yichen nodded. "I know. This fire dragon fruit is not a normal treasure. Without at least 300,000 to 400,000 low-rank soul stones, it would be hard to get it, but I can lend it to you for now." Yichen smiled but did not say anything. Soon, the auction had started. The auctioneer with gray hair walked onto the stage. He started with the opening speech, then said, "Just like before, the gold tripod city auction will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be trading with gold, and the second part will be trading with soul stones. I am sure that the first part will have a lot of treasures. Some of the treasures might even be more valuable than the treasures in the second part. If there are people who are interested but do not have enough gold, you can exchange soul stones for gold. The exchange rate is 1 to 350. Of course, our gold tripod city auction will only accept soul stones for gold. Exchanging gold for soul stones is against the rules. Now let the auction begin. Let's bring the first item to the stage." As the auctioneer finished talking, the whole place quieted down. A beautiful waitress walked out from the backstage with a round plate in her hand. The first item is a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art manual named the Clear River Spell. It is named after the Clear River Spell. The Junqi trained with it would be much denser than normal top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. The starting price is 30,000 gold, and each increment must be at least 1,000 gold. Taking off the silk on the plate, the auctioneer introduced the name and the effect of the manual. 32,000. 35,000. Most of the bidders were condensing reality realm warriors. Although a lot of them had top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, they still had a few high-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Some of them did not even have top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Therefore, every time there was an auction, they would try their best to fight for it. Soon, the Clear River Spell was bought by a mid-condensing reality realm warrior for 48,000 gold. Taking a sip of the tea that the waitress had brought, Yichen looked relaxed. He leaned back on the leather chair. Some of the items in the first part of the auction would not be that good, so he would not bid for it. But seeing how excited everyone was, he found it quite interesting. As time passed, the value of the items in the auction got higher and higher. The next item should be quite familiar to everyone. Those who use blades will definitely like it. The 37th item, a low-rank great weapon, the blue light blade. Boom! The whole auction room was suddenly filled with excitement. A low-rank great weapon had appeared in the first part of the auction, which was rare. No wonder the auctioneer was so confident. The starting price of the blue light blade is 1 million, and each increment must be no less than 50,000. Those who are interested, please start bidding. 1,500,000, 2 million, 3 million. Within a few breaths, the price of the blue light blade had shot up to 3 million. But Yichen was a bit surprised. When he was in the Northwest auction house of the Windy Nation, the top low-rank great blade, the sky-splitting blade, only had a starting price of 300,000 gold. This blue light blade was not as powerful as the sky-splitting blade, but it still had a starting price of 1 million. Of course, the final result should be about the same. The sky-splitting blade was bought by Lynch for 5,700,000 gold. Presumably, the final price of this blue light blade would not be lower than that. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was not the Windy Nation. There were way too many rich people. Just as Yichen expected, the blue light blade fell into the hands of a late clasping yuan realm warrior, and the final price was 5,500,000 gold. The first part of the auction is about to end. Now, it is the last item, which is also the highlight of the auction. My friends who are short of gold, do not forget that we can exchange soul stones for gold at a ratio of 1 to 350. A lot of people rolled their eyes. In the market, a low-ranked soul stone was worth around 400 gold. Sometimes there would be a drop in the price, but it could still be exchanged for 400 gold. But here, it was 1 to 350, which meant that a low-ranked soul stone could only be exchanged for 350 gold. Gualanuel laughed. Don't be fooled by the looks of disdain on most people's faces. When it comes to the critical moment, there must be a lot of people who want to exchange for gold. Yichen nodded. The last item of the first part of the auction would not be something simple. Some of the clasping yuan realm warriors did not lack soul stones, but it did not mean that they did not need gold. After all, most of the time, hundreds of thousands of gold would be more than enough. Waiting until the beautiful waitress put the round plate on the auction table, the auctioneer lifted up the silk cloth and said with a loud voice, "The last item of the auction, 3 sword-shaped plants." Sword-shaped plant. Yichen frowned. He had never heard of this kind of spiritual grass. Contrary to Yichen's reaction, a lot of clasping yuan realm martial artists in the other VIP rooms were tempted. There were even 1 or 2 astral-reaching realm martial artists among them. The auctioneer said slowly, everyone should know about the natural moat gorge of the Wild Goose Falling River. Back then, when the Battle King split open the Sky Pillar Mountain and formed the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent had not dissipated even after 500 years. It has been covering the inside of the natural moat gorge all this time. If you go in recklessly, you will definitely have your soul crushed by that horrifying sword intent, and you will be dead for sure. It is said that there was once an astral-reaching realm warrior who went in, and since then, no one has seen him ever again. Within the area of the natural moat gorge, there were almost no plants that could survive. Even if someone tried to plant some, the life force in the seeds would be destroyed by the sword intent left behind by the Battle King. However, there was always a chance of survival. On the outer mountain wall of the natural moat gorge, there was a kind of plant that had survived. It was called the iron rock plant, which was extremely tough. Normal people would not be able to cut it apart with only a single attack. It was this kind of plant that had survived the Battle King's sword intent and slowly turned into a new kind of plant, the sword-shaped plant. Of course, not every iron rock plant could turn into a sword-shaped plant. The chance was so low that not even 1 out of 10,000 of them would succeed. Once the iron rock plant turned into a sword-shaped plant, it would absorb a tiny bit of sword intent. This sword intent had no shape or form, but it was very precious to the sword artists who had learned the sword intent. It was said that there had been people who had broken through the limit of the sword intent with the help of the sword-shaped plant and achieved entry-level sword intent. There were also people who had achieved entry-level sword intent. There were countless examples. You can all go and ask for proof. Inside the VIP room, after hearing the auctioneer's explanation, Yichen thought to himself, I see. The Battle King's sword intent is way too powerful. Going to the natural moat gorge would be suicide. But the sword-shaped plant would be different. It does not contain a lot of sword intent, so it would not be dangerous. What Are you interested? This thing is very popular. You are so unlucky. Because of the beast wave, there were a lot of sword artists who had come to the gold tripod city. A small portion of them had already learned the sword intent, including an astral-reaching realm sword artist. He would definitely not give up on the sword-shaped plant. Guolanhue was very happy. Looking at Yi Chun, she knew that he was interested in the sword-shaped plant. But with his wealth, how could he compete with an astral-reaching realm sword artist? Then she would be able to lend him some gold and make him owe her a favor. Yi Chun did not care too much about it. He did not have much, but he had plenty of gold. If he did not have enough gold, he still had a lot of jewelry and manuals. He even had millions of soul stones. It would be a piece of cake for him to get the sword-shaped plant. Chapter 214. The auctioneer did not waste any more time. He reached out his hand and lifted up the cloth. The 3 sword-shaped plants were lying quietly on the round plate. They were just like their name, shaped like a sharp greatsword. There seemed to be a sharp light coming out of the tip, making people feel cold. The starting price for the sword-shaped plants is 3 million gold. Each bid must be at least 100,000 gold. The bidding starts now. 3,200,000. 3,300,000. The bidders were not all sword artists who had learned the sword intent. A lot of powerful sword artists who had not learned the sword intent had also joined the bidding. They all had the same idea, which was to see if they could make a breakthrough with the sword-shaped plants and learn their own sword intent. Yi Chun did not rush to join the bidding, since it was not the right time yet. Guolanhue saw that Yi Chun was calm and steady, so she could not help but look at him in a higher light. On this true spirit continent, a warrior who could improve his power at a fast speed with a powerful survival ability and be extremely calm at the same time. These kinds of geniuses were really rare. In the VIP room next door, a young man and an elder were sitting there. The young man was dressed in luxurious purple clothes, and his face was filled with arrogance. The old man had a head of black hair, and his face was thin. What was strange was that his skin was actually purple and stretched taut. At first glance, one would think that he was a hardened corpse of a zombie. These 3 sword-shaped plants might be able to help me learn the sword intent. With the sword intent, my power would increase by at least 10%, and I would be more confident in the competitions of the hidden dragon rank. The young man's eyes were burning with passion as he raised his hand and said, 4 million gold. 4 million. Anyone else? The auctioneer looked around. 5 million. Someone had increased the price. Guolanhue said, "Why are you still not joining?" Yi Chun said, "No rush. 7 million. Inside the vast auction house, the voice was echoing. Not knowing if it was just an illusion, everyone could feel a sharp intent spreading out, piercing through people's hearts. What a powerful sword intent. Yi Chen's expression changed a little bit. This sword intent was way more powerful than his. Even if it was not the completed sword intent, it would not be far from it. Guolanhue reminded him, he is that astral-reaching realm sword artist. Adding 2 million silvers all of a sudden. Ghost, this man is that astral-reaching realm sword artist. The arrogant teenager asked the elder next to him. The zombie-faced old man called the ghost elder said, "You don't have to worry about increasing the price. This person has his own way of doing things. It's impossible for him to kill people and steal their treasures. That's good." The youth raised his hand. 8 million taels. Old Sue, it's not that I want to criticize you, but when it's time to be ruthless, you should be more ruthless. Make others fear you. That way, those juniors won't dare to compete with you. In the VIP lounge, near the center, 2 middle-aged men in their 50s were sitting on leather chairs. The one who spoke was a fierce-looking man with a curly beard. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was full of righteousness and looked straight ahead. The square-faced man smiled, faintly. "You don't understand my Tao." This again. The fierce-looking middle-aged man smiled, helplessly. The square-faced, middle-aged man didn't bother to defend himself. His voice rang out, 10 million taels. A smile appeared on the auctioneer's face. 3 sword-shaped plants could be sold for 10 million taels, which was already the best. Although there were not many sword-shaped plants in the natural Moat Gorge, they were not that rare either. Every year, a small batch of them would grow. However, most of them were taken by the big martial institutions. Plus, the sword intent contained in the sword-shaped plants was only one stream. The chance of improving the sword intent was very small. The arrogant young man clenched his teeth. 12 million taels, 15 million taels. Just when he was bidding, the voice came again. "Ghost Elder, how many low-rank soulstones do you have? I will return them to you when we get back." The arrogant young man was determined to get the sword-shaped plants. There was no sword artist who didn't want to learn the sword intent, and he was no exception. The Ghost Elder frowned and said, 3 sword-shaped plants might not be enough for you to learn the sword intent. But I don't think you will give up just like that. How about this? If the price is over 30 million taels of gold, give up immediately. Low-rank soul stones were not cabbages. Normally, even the leader of a rank 8 or 9 martial institution would not have too many low-rank soul stones. The consumption of the whole martial institution would be a huge burden. "All right." The young man nodded and said, 20 million taels, 30 million taels, tightening his fists. The young man sat down dejectedly. He was hoping to win, but now he realized that it would be stupid to compete with an astral-reaching realm warrior in terms of wealth. Guo Lanue secretly clicked her tongue. In just a short while, the price had already reached 30 million taels of gold. Even an astral-reaching realm warrior would not have that much gold. He should be preparing to exchange it with low-rank soul stones. As for mid-rank soul stones, it was not quite possible, since no one would be stupid enough to exchange mid-rank soul stones for low-rank soul stones. That would be a waste of a great treasure. Normally, even if you had a lot of gold, people might not be willing to exchange mid-rank soul stones with you. If you do not have gold, remember to ask me. Guo Lanue smiled at Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not care about him. He raised up his hand and said, 50 million. What? You are crazy. The smile on Guo Lanue's face froze. The square-faced man was a bit surprised. Raising the price by 20 million taels of gold at once was quite bold. He bid again, 60 million. The auction was dead silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Yi Chun looked normal. 70 million, 80 million, 100 million. Boom. The quiet auction ground had gone completely crazy. 100 million taels of gold. Even the top-rank 7 martial institutions would not be able to take it out all of a sudden. It was not that they did not have the wealth, but it depended on who and what was going on. For something as small as the sword-shaped plant, no one would raise the price to 100 million taels of gold. It was not worth it. Guo Lanue opened her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. She thought that Yi Chun would borrow money from her, but 100 million taels of gold was already beyond her control. Even if she wanted to borrow money, she would not be able to, since she was only a manager, not a manager of the Moon Pavilion. You have that much gold? Guo Lanue asked. Yi Chun said, adding those jewelry, it should be about right. Did you rob a small martial institution? Guo Lanue wiped off her sweat. I am not that crazy yet. On the other side, the square-faced middle-aged man laughed. 100 million taels of gold? How dare he say that? All right, I only have this many low-rank soul stones with me. I have just added 3,000 mid-rank soul stones. The rest of the mid-rank soul stones will be used for training. Let's not compete anymore." The evil-looking middle-aged man said, "What are you afraid of? I still have some low-rank soul stones with me. Worst comes to worst, I will add some mid-rank soul stones." Before the square-faced man could say anything, the evil-looking middle-aged man bid directly, 120 million. The auctioneer wiped off his sweat, which was from the excitement. 3 sword-shaped plants being sold for 120 million was definitely the first time in history. He said with a shaky voice, 120 million. Who else wants to bid? If not, I will start the count. 150 million. Yichen raised his hand in front of Guo Lanyue's shocked eyes. Damn, how much gold does this brat have? The evil-looking middle-aged man wanted to raise his hand, but he put it back down. As an astral-reaching realm warrior, he did not have that many low-rank soul stones with him. He had used all of them to exchange for mid-rank soul stones. If he kept this up, he might not even be able to keep his training capital. 150 million. Who else? Who else wants to bid? The auctioneer now knew what it meant to be rich. He did not even care about gold at all. He could guarantee that even the leader of a rank 7 martial institution would not be able to compete with him, who would spend 150 million on 3 sword-shaped plants. He waited for a while, but no one responded. 150 million going once, 150 million going twice, 150 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend in the number 7 VIP room. Guo Lanyue rolled her eyes. 150 million taels of gold for 3 sword-shaped plants? What a waste. Even if gold is worthless, it should not be used like this. Gold is only a material thing. These 3 plants are very useful to me, and it will be hard to find them in the future. Yichen had his own plan. These 3 plants contained the sword in tent left behind by the Battle King, and he had the Battle King's sword with him. He had a feeling that when the Battle King's sword touched the sword in tent left behind by the Battle King, something unexpected would happen. It would be an opportunity that he could not let go of. As for the gold, he did not care about it at all. He had gotten more than 40 million gold from the Goat Head Mountain, and added with the 10 million gold that he had now, it would be around 60 million gold. If he added the jewelry, he would have around 110 million gold. The 40 million gold that he needed would only be around 100,000 low-rank soul stones, and he had more than 2 million low-rank soul stones with him. Besides that, he also had 4 mid-rank Earth Realm manuals. According to 5 million gold for 1 low-rank Earth Realm manual, he could sell them for at least 10 million gold, which would be more than enough to cover the 40 million gold gap. Never mind, there will be the fire dragon fruit in the second part of the auction. You should exchange all of your low-rank soul stones for gold. Then, the fire dragon fruit would be hard to get. Guo Lanyue thought that Yi Chun had put all of his money into this, including the low-rank soul stones. Otherwise, how could a normal person have 150 million gold? Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not have that much gold. For warriors, soul stones were the most important thing, and having hundreds of thousands of gold would be more than enough. 3 sword-shaped plants were soon brought in. Yichen did not put them into the storage ring of the Battle King's sword, since it was not the right time yet. The second part of the auction begins now. From now on, gold would not be able to participate in the bidding. Only soul stones would do. The rule of the Gold Tripod City auction is that 1 mid-rank soul stone can be exchanged for 45 low-rank soul stones, and low-rank soul stones cannot be exchanged for mid-rank soul stones. After resting for a while in the backstage, the auctioneer walked up again. Hearing those words, Yichen chuckled to himself. 1 mid-rank soul stone could normally be exchanged for 50 low-rank soul stones, which would only be higher. Normally, not many people would exchange mid-rank soul stones for low-rank soul stones, just like how not many people would exchange low-rank soul stones for gold. It was a bit of a contradiction, but it was the common sense of the true spirit continent. If he did not have enough gold and jewelry, Yichen would not want to use his mid-rank soul stones to exchange for them, since gold would only appear in small-scale auctions. In a big auction like the Gold Tripod City, it would be very rare to see the first part of the auction with gold. Chapter 215. The first auction item is a low-rank inner armor, the Black Scale Armor. Warriors below the astral reaching realm can increase their defense by more than 10%. Besides that, the Black Scale Armor itself is extremely tough, almost indestructible. The base price is 15,000 low-rank soul stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 low-rank soul stones. The auctioneer took off the silk cloth on the round plate and said loudly, "Low-rank inner armor?" Yichen touched his chest. He was also wearing a low-rank light armor. If it were not for this low-rank light armor, he would have taken a gold-shattering finger attack from Mr. Jean in the heavy mysterious mountains, and it would have broken more than just a couple of ribs. After all, Mr. Jean was an experienced, late, clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the gold-shattering finger was a mid-rank earth realm finger art, which was quite powerful in breaking defenses. Even if Yi Chun had trained his King Kong jade body, it would still be hard for him to block it head-on. While Yi Chun was thinking, the price of the Black Scale Armor kept increasing. Soon, it had broken through the 30,000 mark, reaching 32,000 low-rank soul stones. This price was basically twice of the other low-rank great weapons. But it was not that surprising, since life-saving items were always very precious, especially when battling with beasts. Having a low-rank inner armor was definitely the most important thing. But of course, everything had its price limit. When the price of the Black Scale Armor reached 50,000 low-rank soul stones, no one raised the price anymore. One after another, the auction items were sold, and the atmosphere was getting heated up. 5 fire yuan crystals. The fire yuan crystals contain extremely pure fire yuan qi. Warriors who train fire element martial arts would not need to spend much effort to absorb the fire yuan qi and turn it into their own Jin qi or Jin yuan. According to my estimation, each fire yuan crystal is equivalent to 15,000 low-rank soul stones. Therefore, the base price of 5 fire yuan crystals is 75,000 low-rank soul stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 low-rank soul stones. The bidding starts now. 80,000, 90,000. The rich clasping Yuan realm warriors made their moves, and they were all late clasping Yuan realm or even peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Normal clasping Yuan realm warriors could not even get 50,000 low-rank soul stones, so naturally they would not be able to compete. Inside the VIP room, the fire spirit, who was sitting next to the Black Crow Man, raised his hand. 200,000. Once this price was out, everyone went silent. There were actually late clasping Yuan realm warriors who could take out 200,000 low-rank soul stones, but it would definitely be a huge loss for them. After all, they would still need a huge amount of low-rank soul stones in the future, and they would not be able to spend all of them at once. Plus, they would not be able to compete with astral-reaching realm warriors in terms of wealth. Just like the auction of the sword-shaped plant, if that astral-reaching realm warrior did not participate in it, 30 million gold would be the highest price, and it would not be able to reach 150 million gold. For astral-reaching realm warriors, besides mid-rank soul stones, everything else was nothing. In another VIP room, Tian Hao and the Supreme Elder of the Alchemist sect were sitting together. As for Meng Chao, he was still recovering from his injuries. The old man said slowly, 250,000. The fire spirit continued to increase the price. 300,000. Astral-reaching realm warriors are all so rich. In all fairness, after losing the wealth that he had gotten from the Goat Head Mountain, Yichen would not be able to compete with the astral-reaching realm warriors at all. The sword-shaped plant would definitely be bought by that astral-reaching realm warrior. Gua Lanue glanced at Yichen. Only you would be stupid enough to compete with an astral-reaching realm warrior. Yichen forced a smile. He knew that she was still thinking about this. His thinking was very simple. He would not let go of anything that could increase his power. The true spirit continent was a world of powerful warriors, not a world of wealth. If he did not know what was more important, he would lose everything sooner or later. 300,000 has already surpassed the value of the fire yuan crystals. There is no point in continuing. The Supreme Elder shook his head and stopped bidding. In the end, 5 fire yuan crystals landed on the fire spirit's hand. The 25th auction item, a fire dragon fruit. Although the fire dragon fruit has the word fire in it, it is not a spirit fruit with a fire element. It is just a name. Besides, the fire dragon fruit does not contain yuan qi, but a huge amount of spirit qi. Spirit qi is the same quality as zhen qi. Warriors can easily convert the spirit qi into their own zhen qi, and they do not need to train it hard. This means that you can save a lot of time to accumulate zhen qi. For example, if you are at the early clasping yuan realm, 1 fire dragon fruit could help you reach the peak level of the early clasping yuan realm. Of course, the fire dragon fruit is not omnipotent. It can only increase zhen qi quickly, but it cannot help you make a breakthrough. Everyone, please remember this, in case you say that the Gold Tripod City Auction House is cheating you. The auctioneer explained the effects of the fire dragon fruit in an orderly manner. Putting down the teacup, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The fire dragon fruit was finally out. Right now, he was at mid-clasping yuan realm. If he wanted to reach the peak level mid-clasping yuan realm, he would need a lot of accumulation. If it was slow, it might take more than a year, and if it was fast, it would take at least half a year. For him, it would be way too long. Your competitors are all clasping yuan realm warriors. Normally, astral-reaching realm warriors would not participate. The fire dragon fruit would not have much of an effect on them. However, without 300,000 to 400,000 low-rank soul stones, you would not be able to get it. A lot of people did not participate in the bidding before because they wanted this fire dragon fruit. Guolanhua said. Yichen said, since there are no astral-reaching realm warriors competing, then this fire dragon fruit will definitely be mine. So confident, Guolanhua frowned. She did not understand where Yichen had gotten so much wealth from. After all, soul stones were not like gold, which one could have as much as one wanted. The soul stones were collected from the spirit fountain, and each party would not have too many spirit fountains. The true spirit continent's spirit fountains were also quite limited. Every time one was used, it would be one less. However, gold was not a consumable item. It would only flow from one party to another. The base price of the fire dragon fruit is 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Each increment should be no less than 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Friends who are interested, please bid, the auctioneer said with passion. 110,000, 130,000, 150,000. Almost as soon as the auctioneer spoke, the price had increased by 50,000. Yichen rarely made his bid earlier, so he bid 200,000. Young master, this brat is a powerful competitor for you, the ghost head said to the teenager. The teenager sneered. He had spent 150 million gold before, which must have included low-rank soul stones. I do not believe that he would be able to compete with me. This time, he had brought 350,000 low-rank soul stones, all for the fire dragon fruit. The sword-shaped plant was just an accident. Plus, he did not bid as hard as he could. 30 million gold was the limit that he had in mind, and the rest of the low-rank soul stones were for the fire dragon fruit. 220,000. The teenager bid. Damn it! I will risk it. I had only reached late clasping Yuan realm 3 months ago. Without any surprises, it would take me at least 2 to 3 years to reach the peak level. In the crowd, a low-profile late clasping Yuan realm warrior raised up his hand and yelled, 250,000. Damn, I will give up. I will just train slowly. That's right. 250,000 low-rank soul stones is way too shocking. All of the people who participated in the bidding sat down dejectedly. They were both glad and regretful. They were glad that they had managed to keep their wealth, but regretful that they had missed the chance to get the fire dragon fruit. 280,000. Yichen continued to bid. Be careful not to get robbed. Guolanhua said in a depressed tone. Yichen laughed. I am almost at my limit. I can only use 200,000 low-rank soul stones. Anyway, I will have to explain to the management of the Moon Pavilion after this. But as long as you join us, everything will be fine. Then I hope the price of the fire dragon fruit will go beyond my limit. A cold light flashed through the teenager's eyes as he said with a low voice, 300,000. As he finished speaking, besides Yichen, no one else bid. 300,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth more than 100 million gold in the gold tripod city auction. Outside, it would be 120 to 30 million gold. Of course, it was easy to exchange soul stones for gold, but it would be very hard to exchange gold for soul stones. Normally, there would only be a small amount of exchange, and not a large amount of exchange. Therefore, for most of the rich, clasping Yuan realm warriors, 300,000 was a horrifying number. 320,000. Yichen would not give up on the fire dragon fruit. 350,000. The teenager's face was extremely dark. 360,000. It would not be like the gold, where it would be 10 or 20 million. Yichen did not dare to be too reckless. Sitting heavily on the leather chair, the teenager gave up on bidding. The ghost head said strangely, Young master, I still have more than 100,000 low-rank soul stones. No need. I was planning to buy the fire dragon fruit with 350,000 low-rank soul stones. But since he did not give me face, then don't blame me for being cruel. He was different from that astral, reaching realm sword artist. Since he could not compete with the wealth, then he would compete with the power. He wanted the other party to pay back the cost with interest. The auctioneer was a bit disappointed. He thought that the fire dragon fruit would be able to create another record, but it seemed like it would not be possible anymore. But 360,000 soul stones had already satisfied him. In the past, the final price of the fire dragon fruit would be around 300,000 soul stones. Sometimes it would be less than 400,000 soul stones. 360,000 going once, 360,000 going twice, 360,000 going thrice. Congratulations again. The friend in the number 7 VIP room. The auctioneer said, for the second part of the auction, the fire dragon fruit was obviously not the most valuable item. In fact, the fire dragon fruit could not even make it into the top 5. The fifth last item was a high-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manual, Sky-Splitting Claw, which was bought by an astral-reaching Realm Warrior for 38,000 mid-rank soul stones. The fourth last item was a whole bottle of healing medicine, which could cure astral-reaching Realm Warriors' wounds extremely fast. In the end, it was bought by the Black Crow Man for 40,000 mid-rank soul stones. The last 3 items were even more impressive. They were a mid-rank great weapon, a high-rank Earth Realm martial art manual, and a holy medicine that could have a 30% chance of reaching the astral reaching realm. The mid-rank great weapon was a blue stick, and its final price was 42,000 mid-rank soul stones. The high-rank Earth Realm martial art manual was 60,000 mid-rank soul stones. The holy medicine that could have a 30% chance of reaching the astral reaching realm once again fell into the hands of the Black Crow Man. Its price had reached an astonishing 80,000 mid-rank soul stones, which could be exchanged for 4 million low-rank soul stones in the market, or 1,600,000,000 gold. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Even Yichen had to admit that he was not as powerful as the Black Crow Man. The Black Crow Man is an inner master of the Rank 6 Martial Institution, the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School. His wealth is not something that some of the astral-reaching realm warriors who like to travel alone could compare with. This is the benefit of being a member of a powerful martial institution. Yichen shook his head and stood up, preparing to leave. Chapter 216. Guolanhue said seriously, that astral-reaching realm sword artist might be easy to talk to, but not the others. Most importantly, the Gold Tripod City is not the martial city. I am afraid that once you go out, you will be stopped by people. If you do not mind, you can come to our branch of the Moon Pavilion for a while. I believe those people would not dare to do anything in our branch. Even I do not know how deep the Moon Pavilion's power is. Those Rank 7 martial school leaders would still be polite to our leader. Thank you. Besides the sword-shaped plant, Yichen did not think that there would be any astral-reaching realm warriors who would want to attack him. Even if they were at peak level late, clasping Yuan realm, he would still be able to fight with them for a while. In the worst-case scenario, he could just run away. With his separating shadow flying art, it should not be too hard for him to run away. But if he could use the fire dragon fruit and the sword-shaped plant before he ran away, it would obviously be more confident. Young master, he is out. At the exit of the auction, the ghost had stood right next to the teenager, like a ghost. If one did not pay attention, it would be very easy to ignore him. The teenager nodded. This is the auction house. Don't do anything yet. Let's go out first. Outside of the auction house was a huge plaza. In the middle of the plaza, there was a 27 meters tall statue with a bronze color. According to the rumors, this was the founder of the Gold Tripod City Auction House, and the current owner of the auction house was his descendant. Yichen and Guolanhue walked side by side, while the 4th and 6th knight followed on the side. The 4 of them left the auction house and appeared on the plaza. Just as Guolanhue had expected, there was indeed someone blocking their way. Seeing the 4th knight behind Yichen, the teenager was a bit scared, but thinking about the ghost head behind him, he did not hesitate anymore. He said lightly, "Friend, you are quite rich, which I admire. However, the sword-shaped plant and the fire dragon fruit are very useful to me. I wonder if I can sell them?" Yichen glanced at the ghost head. This man had given him a lot of pressure. He should be a peak level late, clasping Yuan Realm Warrior, and not just a normal peak level late, clasping Yuan Realm Warrior. As for what the teenager had said, Yichen laughed in his mind. He said, "I have spent 150 million gold on the 3 sword-shaped plants, and 1 fire dragon fruit is 360,000 low-rank soul stones. How much are you prepared to pay?" The young man's face sank slightly, but he still put on a smile and said, "I don't have so much gold and spirit stones at the moment. How about this? I'll pay you 10 million gold and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones first. I'll owe you the rest first. When I have enough money, I'll pay you back double." "Sorry, no credit allowed. Since you do not have money, there is nothing." Ghost Elder's gloomy voice came over. "Little brother, This is not how you should behave. My young master has already given you a lot of face." Right then, Guolanyue took a step forward. "He is a friend of our moon pavilion. You too, please step aside." Canvas Moon Pavilion. The young man and elder ghost's expressions changed slightly. Turning his eyes back to Yi Chun, the young man's eyes were as sharp as knives. He said word by word, "When you are outside, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I only want 2 sword-shaped plants and half of the dragon fruit. The price is still the same as before. What do you think?" The last 2 words, the young man had a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. He stared at Yi Chun without blinking. "If it were you, would you agree?" Yi Chen's expression was the same as usual, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, there was an even deeper killing intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. Today, this enmity had been formed. If he didn't kill them, others would definitely kill him. So, as long as there was a chance, he didn't mind killing these 2 people. "Very good. Remember to be careful when you go out. Don't fall." After saying that, the young man and the spectral elder left. On the street, "Young master, what do you plan to do?" Ghost Elder used his Jinqi to transmit his voice. "Of course, I will kill him," the young man said coldly. The spectral elder nodded. "The gold tripod city is too big. We will have to gather a lot of people and block all the routes. Wait until he is separated from the people from the Moon Pavilion. Then we will make our move." Spectral Elder, "Just in case, you will need to bring a few more members from the Ghost Hall. I do not want any accidents to happen." "Sure." Before the first wave was over, another wave came. Yi Chun was just about to go to the branch of the Moon Pavilion to sit down when 2 middle-aged men with immeasurable qi walked over. On the left was a square-faced middle-aged man with a straight back, wearing a long blue robe. Next to him was a ferocious-looking man with a bare chest. His face was full of muscles, and there was a heavy evil qi in the corner of his eyes. With just one look, one could tell that he was someone who had killed countless people. One was righteous and the other evil. Their auras were very contradictory, but if you observe them carefully, they seemed to be in harmony. Not to mention their auras. Both of them were real astral-reaching realm warriors. Guolanyue swallowed her saliva. The square-faced middle-aged man, who was the astral-reaching realm sword artist, was very easy to talk to. She had never heard of him killing innocent people. As for the ferocious-looking man, he was definitely not a kind person. She wondered why they were looking for Yi Chun. Was it because of the sword-shaped plant? "Brat, my friend wants to buy one of your sword-shaped plants. Do you have any problem with that?" The ferocious-looking man went straight to the point. Yi Chun observed the man's expression and said calmly, "One sword-shaped plant, we can talk about it." The ferocious-looking man was about to say something, but the square-faced man stopped him and said apologetically, "My friend here is a bit rude. I hope you don't mind him. Also, I only want one sword-shaped plant, and the price is 200,000 low-rank soul stones. Of course, if you don't want to sell it, I will not force you. You don't have to worry about it." 200,000 low-rank soul stones. To be honest, Yi Chun was a bit shocked. 200,000 low-rank soul stones would be 80 million gold, which was way more than what he had paid for one sword-shaped plant. He thought they would only offer 50,000 low-rank soul stones at most, or even less, but the situation was not in his favor. Even if they only offered 10,000 low-rank soul stones, he would still have to sell it. "What? You think it is too little? I only have this many low-rank soul stones with me. How about 1,000 mid-rank soul stones?" The square-faced man saw Yi Chen's expression change, so he said. Yi Chen shook his head. "Even 200,000 is too much. I thought you would not pay this much." The square-faced man laughed. Originally, without my participation, the final price of the 3 sword-shaped plants would not be more than 30 to 40 million gold. Speaking of which, it is still your loss. Without saying anything, Yichen took out a sword-shaped plant from his storage ring and handed it over to the man. This storage ring is for you. The square-faced man threw the low-rank storage ring with the low-rank soul stones directly into Yichen's hand. Yichen did not even look at it before throwing it into his own storage ring. The square-faced man was planning to leave, but he noticed Yichen's action. He paused a bit, then said with a bright voice, "Young man, my name is Song Yan. What is your name?" "Senior Song, my name is Yichen." "Yichen, good name. I will remember you." After Song Yan and the evil-looking man left, Guolanue wiped the sweat off her forehead and said to Yichen, "You did well. A real man knows when to give and when to give. I thought you would not sell it." Yichen said, "People live to survive. As long as they have not completely lost their dignity, I believe every rational person would do the same." Hearing him, the 4th knight and the 6th knight seemed to be thinking about something. The moon pavilion took up a huge space. There were more than 20 yards, a couple of halls, and a huge palace. Entering it, Yichen found a lot of people who were younger than him training, sweating profusely. There were also some clasping Yuan realm warriors giving them lessons. The content was all different, not all about martial arts. However, in Yichen's ears, it sounded different. A lot of these lessons were about how to behave. In Yichen's eyes, only by knowing how to behave would one be able to succeed. Every year, the Moon Pavilion would take in a lot of young people with potential. Among them, the top ones would be sent to the headquarters to take the test. Those who passed the test would become the backup members of the 7 Knights. Those who failed the test would also become the focus of the Moon Pavilion. Guolanue explained to Yichen as they walked. Yichen went silent. He had not seen the headquarters of the Moon Pavilion, but just a single branch had allowed him to see a lot of things. One branch was not scary, but hundreds and thousands of branches combined would not be that scary. It was not hard to imagine that with this kind of strict system, the Moon Pavilion would be able to train a huge amount of martial geniuses that were no weaker than the martial institutions, providing more excellent blood for the organization. From a certain aspect, the system of the Moon Pavilion was more perfect and excellent than the martial institutions. But of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. Compared to the martial institutions, the power of the Moon Pavilion was undoubtedly scattered, which made it easy to be taken down one by one. Unless the power of the Moon Pavilion was strong enough, the enemies would not dare to attack easily. You can stay in this yard for now. It has been cleaned already. In front of a delicate yard, Guolanue stopped. Yichen said, "Thank you." "Hee, no need to thank me. I am just trying to attract you to join the Moon Pavilion." Guolanue chuckled. Yichen said seriously, "Wait until I get to know more about the Moon Pavilion. If I am interested in it, then maybe I will join." "Oh, is that so?" Guolanue's eyes brightened. The night slowly arrived, and the moonlight was like water. Inside the clean bedroom, Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He touched his storage ring with his finger, and a longan-sized red fruit appeared in Yichen's hand. The fruit was crystal clear, and there were tiny patterns on its surface. If observed carefully, one could see that the patterns were not messy at all. Instead, they were spread out in lines. At first glance, it looked like a dragon pattern made up of simple lines, which was quite mysterious. Without hesitation, Yichen picked up the dragon fruit and shoved it into his mouth. Gulp! Yichen bit through the skin, and the dragon fruit melted in his mouth. It turned into liquid and was swallowed whole. All of a sudden, a gentle chi spread out in his body. Yi Chen understood that it should be the spirit qi that the auctioneer had mentioned, which was no weaker than Zhen qi. Activating his mysterious great art, Yi Chen closed his eyes. Almost every time he completed a full circle, Yi Chen's cultivation would increase by another level. There was no blockage during the whole process, and it was just natural. The 360th full circle had been completed. Whew! A wave of transparent patterns spread out from Yi Chen's body. The window not far away started to make a loud noise, and the wooden table beside the bed had been pushed out a couple of meters by the qi flow. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen slowly let out a breath. Turning the spirit qi into Zhen qi was much easier than I thought. I thought it would take a couple of times longer. Within a couple of hours, Yi Chen's cultivation had improved drastically. He had reached the peak level mid-clasping yuan realm from the mid-clasping yuan realm, and his Zhen qi had increased by more than 30%. Chapter 217. Separate. Yi Chen suddenly slapped on the bed, and his body floated into the air. In the air, his body shook once, and a couple of shadows shot out like lightning, circling around the room for a couple of times before merging back into his body. Because of the extreme speed, it gave people a feeling that they were dancing around. Landing on the ground, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, "As my cultivation has increased, my separating shadow flying art has reached its peak. Unfortunately, I still need some time to reach the second realm of the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell. Otherwise, I would be able to increase my separating shadow flying art to the high rank Earth realm. Once my flying art reaches the high rank, I would be so fast that I would be able to fight against peak level late clasping Yuan realm warriors." Yi Chen was very clear that he would not be able to win against the Wind Wolf at its peak. After all, that lone peak kill combined with the one sword attack was not something that he could easily perform. Without that sword attack, the chance of him winning against the Wind Wolf would be less than 10%. Since he could not increase his attacking power in a short period of time, then improving his flying art would be the best choice. Once his separating shadow flying art reached the high-rank Earth realm, people who were more powerful than him would not be able to catch up with him easily, and killing him would be even more difficult. I wonder what the other two sword-shaped plants would bring me. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen took out a sword-shaped plant from his storage ring. The plant only had one leaf, which was about 3 feet long. It was narrow and sharp, with a sword ridge in the middle and a triangular tip. Holding the root of the plant, Yi Chen felt like he was holding a magical great sword. The sword intent seemed to be ready to burst out and kill everything in the world. What an aggressive sword intent! Being caught off guard, Yi Chen was immediately affected by the sword intent contained in the plant. His blood started to boil. If it were a normal warrior with a weaker mind, under the influence of this sword intent, he would probably take the plant out to kill people without being able to control himself. Putting away the plant, Yi Chen sighed. It was only a bit of sword intent, and it was already so magical. The power of the Battle King back in the day was unimaginable. It was already late at night. Yi Chen took off his jacket and light armor, keeping a part of his consciousness to go to sleep. For a couple of days in a row, Yi Chen had been studying the 3-flow Rudra spell. As for improving his sword intent, it was not part of Yi Chen's plan. He had only improved his sword intent to around 50% a couple of days ago. Right now, even if he had the sword-shaped plant and the Battle King's sword, it would not be possible for him to improve it again. Plus, there was only one stream of sword intent in the sword-shaped plant. Once it left the plant, it would not exist for long. After a few more days, Yi Chen gradually made some progress. On this day, Yi Chen and Fourth Knight began to fight in the training grounds of the Canvas Moon Pavilion. The Fourth Knight only wanted to have a small battle with Yi Chen, and it was not necessary to have a winner. Plus, Yi Chen had indeed been quite bored these past few days. Instead of training hard, it would be more fun to have a battle with each other. After knowing the news, Guolanyue hoped that the two could have a battle in the training field for all the young people in the branch to watch. Yi Chen's weapon was a low-rank great weapon, the Star Scar Sword, while Fourth Knight's weapon was a low-rank great weapon, the Hideous Fist Art. Because of the terrain, the two did not perform any extremely destructive attacks. They were purely competing on their own sword arts and fist arts. The Star Scar Sword shook, shooting out starlight all over the sky. Each dot of starlight was extremely condensed, flashing once before disappearing. Being at the source of the starlight, Yi Chen's footwork was unpredictable. His movements were unpredictable and unpredictable. He kept interrupting his own rhythm, using it to affect his opponent's rhythm. Judging on battling power, Fourth Knight was not that much weaker than Yi Chen. Her fist art carried an unstoppable power. It looked like she could beat 10 people with her power alone. Of course, beating 10 people with her power alone was not some basic skill. Every punch she threw out was aimed at the weakest spot of the starlight. As her fist power landed, a huge amount of starlight was shattered. The fist power was like a spiral tornado, attacking towards Yi Chen. Dodging through the attacking range of the fist power, Yi Chen's sword aura changed. The starlight turned into flowing clouds. Sometimes it was slow, and sometimes it was violent. Sometimes it was like thunder exploding, and sometimes it was like a storm. He had performed the mentality of the sky cloud sword art to its peak. Before, dealing with Yi Chen's sword art was already very hard. Right now, with the change of the sword aura, Fourth Knight felt like she could not handle it anymore. Her whole body seemed to have sunk into a sky full of flowing clouds. No matter how powerful her fist power was, it could only make the clouds disappear a little bit. Then, more and more clouds would come over, covering the whole sky. Misty Sword. The ocean of clouds was rolling, and a sword appeared out of nowhere. Ting! With her years of battling experience, Fourth Knight barely managed to block out that sword attack. Impermanent Sword. The clouds were unpredictable. Once this sword attack was thrown out, the sword aura became more and more intense. It was aimed at all of Fourth Knight's flaws, as if every single flaw would be attacked. Shoo! The clothes on her arm had been torn apart by the sword light, but Fourth Knight still did not move. This guy is so powerful. Even Fourth Knight has lost. Fourth Knight is also very powerful. Just then, that fist aura had even stopped me from breathing. 7 Knights are the 7 most powerful warriors in our moon pavilion. They are our targets. One day, I will become one of them. Most of the young people in the branch were younger than Yi Chen. They had never seen the top young warriors battling before. Their blood was boiling, and they were all excited. Guolanyue saw that her goal had been achieved, so she taught them a lesson. There is always someone better than you. If you want to succeed, you have to set your sights bigger. Being the top warrior in the branch is nothing. There are so many geniuses out there. As long as you are willing to work hard, one day you will be able to reach their level. After teaching them a lesson, Guolanyue let them go back to their own places. Those who needed to train would go back to training, and those who needed to go out to do missions. It was just like a small martial institution. You lost, not because of your battling power, but because of your skills. Fourth Knight frowned his pretty eyebrows as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "What's wrong? You don't look that old, but why do you look like you have been studying sword arts for decades? I have fought with Second Knight and Third Knight before, and their skills were almost the same as mine. I have never fought with First Knight before, but there is no way he would be able to reach your level." Yi Chen knew what she was talking about. He thought for a while and said, "Martial arts are for warriors. It is not something that can be used to its peak. Although your fist art is powerful and your skills are powerful, it has not reached the level where you can use it as you wish. It is because you are restricted by the fist art itself. You have to know that no matter how powerful a fist art is, it is still created by someone else, and it might not be suitable for you. Then I need to create my own fist art. Fourth Knight did not understand what Yi-Chen was trying to say. Yi-Chen shook his head. No, it is still too early to create a martial art. What I want to say is that a battle should have its own style, and a martial art should have its own style as well. The first step is to turn other people's things into your own, and get rid of the parts that are not suitable for you. With such an explanation, Guo Langyue understood immediately. Both Guo Langyue and Sixth Knight were shocked. Yi-Chen was only 17 years old, so where did he come up with such a profound theory? After thinking for a while, Fourth Knight had more or less learned something. He could not help but say, "Speaking of which, I really want to see you fight with Second Knight. Her sky demon power field is like a turtle shell, and no matter how hard you try to break it, I wonder if you can do something about it with your skills. Sky demon power field. She is a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School." Guo Langyue smiled. Second Knight is the second disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Murong Qingcheng. Her Sky Demon power field is indeed mysterious, and it can ignore all kinds of skills. However, the Sky Demon palm print can break all kinds of skills. Just like what Fourth Knight said, it would be interesting for you to fight. Murong Qingcheng was actually the second knight of the Moon Pavilion. Yi-Chen froze for a second, then shook his head. His opponent was indeed very powerful. Her Sky Demon power field could twist all kinds of attacks, which gave her the upper hand. Plus that aggressive Sky Demon palm print, one attacking and one defending, it would be extremely hard to deal with. Judging from this, she was ranked 27th in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, which was obviously not enough. She should be in the top 15. After a month, the Fourth Knight and the Sixth Knight had already returned to the headquarters. Under Guo Lanyue's persuasion, Yi-Chen left the Gold Tripod City. In the sparse forest outside of the Gold Tripod City, the sun was shining brightly. Crack! Crack! Walking on the small road that was covered with fallen leaves, Yi-Chen quietly released his soul power. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was under his control. At the condensing reality realm, warriors would be able to spread out their Jinqi and combine it with their mental power to sense the surroundings. After reaching the clasping Yuan realm, this range would be expanded even further. Basically, they would be able to sense everything within a few hundred meters radius. However, when traveling in the martial world, most of the people had trained some martial arts that could hide their Jinqi or Jinqi vibration, which made it very hard to detect. If they ran into some powerful warriors, they would not even be able to tell if they were right behind their backs. However, Yi-Chen's soul power was different. No matter how powerful your attacks were, under the scanning of his soul power, everything would be seen clearly. Even if you were to go invisible, it would not work unless you disappeared from this space and reappeared from another space. Only then would you be able to avoid being scanned by his soul power. Obviously, facing someone with this kind of power, Yi-Chen did not need to run anymore. After all, he had never heard of a power that could travel through space. Running would be pointless. According to Yi-Chen's understanding, soul power was a very high-end existence. It was not just 1.5 times more powerful than the so-called mental power. It would be at least 10 times more powerful. 500 meters to the right, behind me, there is an enemy on the big tree. Without stopping, Yi-Chen sneered. His body suddenly split into two. One continued to walk, while the other sneaked into the deep part of the forest. If it was not for direct observation, no one would know that Yi Chun had already escaped. The low-rank Earth realm martial art, the Qi hiding spell that he got from the Bloody Butcher, started to work. He had trained it to the peak of the upper realm a long time ago. Not only could he hide his cultivation level, he could also hide his own Jin Qi and Qi vibration easily. It was way more powerful than the martial arts in the world. 500 meters away, a middle-aged man in black stood on top of a big tree. He closed his eyes from time to time to sense something. Soon he smiled. His opponent was still in control. Without any sound, a faint shadow appeared behind him. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and a bloody line appeared on the middle-aged man's neck. His head slowly slid down, blood splashing everywhere. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. He unplugged the bottle and sprinkled some white powder on the blood, covering the smell of blood. After doing all this, Yi Chun took off the middle-aged man's storage ring and put it away. He thought to himself, "This man is a senior late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. If I were to fight him face to face, it would take me at least a couple of attacks to kill him. Unfortunately, he ran into me in a complicated environment. Even the most powerful peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist would not be able to take one sword attack from me. As for killing an astral-reaching realm martial artist, I don't have much confidence yet." A gust of wind blew over, and Yi Chun disappeared. Chapter 218. On the other side, two men in black were communicating with each other through Jin Qi from 50 meters away. "Gui Lu, what do you think the young master and the ghost head are thinking? Isn't it just a clasping Yuan realm brat? Did they really need to call us here?" The muscular man in black was not happy at all. He had finally been able to relax for a couple of days and play with women, but now he had to deal with this. He was not happy at all. The skinny man in black said, "Gui Jiu, the young master said that if we kill that brat, each of us will get 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Don't be too greedy. If it were not for those 30,000 low-rank soul stones, I would not even be willing to come. All right, why don't the two of us just attack and kill that brat? Do you want to die? If you ruin the young master's plan, he will definitely skin you alive." "Hee, just kidding." "All right, why is the ghost head not here yet?" "Sure, he is here. Stop your Jin Qi communication, in case he notices your Jin Qi vibration." Hearing that, the man in black closed his eyes and infused his true Qi into the air. Together with his mental power, he spread it out. Gradually, he could see everything within a radius of a few hundred meters. A young man in blue was walking towards him at a steady pace. From time to time, he would look around cautiously. Today will be the day you die." The man in black laughed viciously. Swoosh! The man's face froze. The head of the man in black slid down and was caught by a hand, which then gently put it on the ground. Soon, some white powder was sprinkled on the ground, covering the smell of blood. I did not expect that I would be so valued. The people watching and ambushing are all old late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Locking his soul power on the skinny man in black 50 meters away, Yi Chen's body flashed and disappeared. The skinny man in black looked a bit anxious. They had been waiting here for a long time. According to the plan, they would only attack when the ghost head and the young master arrived. However, they were about to leave the ambush, and there was still no sign of the ghost head and the young master. Did something happen to them? Whatever, let's wait a bit longer. Something is wrong. This is not the real body. The skinny man in black seemed to have noticed something. His lips moved slightly, trying to send a Jin Qi message to the man in black. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance anymore. An extremely sharp great sword had pierced through his neck, stopping his voice there. Very good. Let's wait here for our prey to appear. Outside, Yi Chun might be afraid of the stiff-faced old man, but inside the forest, the old man was just his prey, thousands of meters away. Young master, Gui Wu is an expert in stealth. With him following us, we'll be safe. Plus, there's also Gui Lu and Gui Jiu waiting to ambush us. That kid won't be able to escape, even if he has wings. The ghost head walked silently behind the young man. The young man said, after this is done, Gui Wu, Gui Lu, and Gui Jiu will each get 30,000 low-rank soul stones. The rest is yours, and I only want the sword-shaped plant and the fire dragon fruit. Many thanks, young master. The ghost head looked very happy. At his age, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the astral reaching realm. Therefore, he did not want to let go of any opportunity to increase his battling power. And those treasures that could increase one's battling power, which one of them did not require a huge amount of spirit stones. The two of them were extremely fast. It only took them a dozen breaths to cover the distance of several thousand meters. Strange. Why hasn't Gui Wu appeared yet? The ghost had looked confused. Before this, they had made a plan. Gui Wu would follow Yi Chun, while the other two would set up an ambush in front of them. Then, once they arrived, they would attack Yi Chun as fast as they could. Right now, they had already reached the deep part of the forest, and Gui Wu should have shown up as well. The young man said, the powerful warriors from the Moon Pavilion stopped us in the gold tripod city on purpose. They were probably trying to buy time for him. Let's catch up. Yeah, the ghost head nodded. They could have arrived earlier, but because of that incident, they were delayed for a while. So, he did not suspect anything as he followed behind the young man. Swoosh! The sword light flashed once before disappearing. The young man's running body paused for a second, then slid down due to the inertia. A head flew up into the sky. Because the sword light was too fast and too sudden, the ghost head did not even have the time to react. No, the next second, the ghost head's face turned hideous, his eyes filled with blood. On top of the tree, Yi Chun jumped towards the ghost head. He shook the star scar sword in his hand, and the sword light disappeared. Circles of vague patterns appeared in the air. Killing attack, lone peak kill. Under that extremely fast sword aura, the ghost head did not have the strength to do anything. He could only watch the sword getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes, stabbing towards his forehead. Shoo! Blood spilled everywhere as the ghost head rolled to the side. Looking at the stiff ears on the ground, Yi Chun sighed, secretly. He was indeed a top peak level late, clasping Yuan realm warrior. His mind and reflexes were all top-notch, and his battling experience was extremely rich as well. He was able to control his body at that critical moment and avoid that deadly sword attack. Die. The death of the young man had made the ghost head furious. His body was still rolling, but his right hand had already reached out, grabbing towards Yi Chun from a huge distance. Crack! Yi Chun's body was torn apart along with the ground under his feet. The curved chi power did not disappear completely, cutting the big tree behind him into pieces as well. Within the flying leaves, a human figure suddenly shot out. How is this possible? The ghost head was shocked. Although that claw attack was a bit rushed, even a peak level late, clasping Yuan, realm warrior, would not be able to escape unscathed. Plus, he had clearly seen Yi Chun being torn apart by that claw power. Actually, he could not be blamed for being shocked. When he and the young man arrived at the gold tripod city, the beast wave had already ended. So, he had not seen Yi Chun perform his separating shadow art, purple zombie demon art. Yi Chun's sword art was way too sharp, and the ghost head was not confident that he could escape unscathed. So, he decided not to back out. and instead he performed his most powerful defensive martial art. Then he opened his right hand into a claw, tearing through the air. He wanted to trade wounds with Yi Chun. He was confident that under this attack, Yi Chun would definitely be wounded more severely than him. Crack! The sword stabbed right into the ghost head's heart. Yi Chun was alerted, and his body suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of shadows. However, the ghost head's full-power claw attack had only torn apart dozens of shadows. Such a powerful Zhen Qi layer and physical body. Yi Chun frowned. In his sight, the ghost head's skin had an intense purple color, like metal and hardwood. There was a sword hole on his heart, which was less than an inch deep. There was no blood coming out, and it did not look like a human's body, but more like a zombie's body. Yi Chun was shocked, and the ghost head was even more shocked. Among all the martial arts that he had trained, the most powerful one was the body-training martial art, the purple zombie demon art. It was a mid-rank Earth realm martial art, and had 11 levels in total. Once he reached the 11th level, warriors at the same level would basically not be able to break through his defense, and his skin would turn purple. Of course, he had not trained it to the 11th level yet. He had only reached the peak of the 10th level, and his skin had a hint of purple in it. The peak of the 10th level of the purple zombie demon art had been stabbed 3 inches into his body, and it had almost wounded his heart. How could the ghost head not be shocked? The scariest thing was that Yi Chun had sensed the danger and backed out in advance. In other words, if he had the chance, the sword would have pierced through his heart. I cannot give him the chance. The ghost head touched the wound with his hand, and the sword hole was slowly healing. This old man is not that easy to deal with. Before, he was not fully prepared for the 2 sword attacks. If I attack recklessly now, I am afraid it will not be that effective. Seeing that the ghost head was fully prepared and did not show any flaws, Yi Chun flashed his body without hesitation and disappeared into the deep part of the forest. He ran away. The ghost head felt annoyed, as if he had just punched the air. Glancing at the young man's body that had been separated from his body, the annoyed feeling was getting more and more intense. He could not imagine how furious his master would be when he found out about the death of the young man. He might even kill him with one palm attack. Even if he had trained his purple zombie demon art to the peak of the 11th level, he would still be nothing but an ant in front of his master. He would not have any chance to fight back. This is not a good place to stay. I should leave as soon as possible. The ghost head had a feeling that Yi Chun would not give up on killing him that easily. In the forest, Yi Chun would appear and disappear like a ghost, and it would be impossible to guard against him. The ghost head would not even be able to use 80% of his power. Only when he got out of the forest would he have the chance to kill him with one attack. Shoo! His feet touched the ground. The ghost head did not have time to bring back the young man's body. He flew towards where he came from. Boom! After flying for dozens of meters, the ghost head's body was blown back into the air and landed back where he was standing. A few leaves fell down. Yi Chun was standing on top of a tree. If he did not look with his eyes, he would not be able to tell that there was anyone there. He would only think that it was just air. Putting down his right hand, Yi Chun thought to himself, the power of the void-shattering finger art is still not that great, but in terms of Zhen Qi breaking, it is still more powerful than the Lone Peak kill. The finger power was silent and undetectable. Returning to where he was standing, the ghost head's eyes popped out as if he was going to puke out blood. This is too much. Little brat, do not ever fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. I will make you suffer all kinds of pain in the world. Before his anger disappeared, the ghost head threw out a claw attack onto the huge tree next to him. Boom! The huge tree was snapped in half, creating a shocking sound. Time passed slowly, and the sky started to darken. I am so pissed off. I would like to see how you are going to kill me. Before, the ghost head had tried countless times, but each time he would be beaten back by Yi Chun. He did not even know where his opponent was. If it were not for his strong mind, he would have gone crazy already. Performing the hiding chi spell, Yi Chun quietly disappeared into the night. Whew! There was no air-tearing sound, only a light pattern in the air. Without thinking, the ghost head turned around and threw out a claw attack. Crack! Crack! All of a sudden, countless trees had been broken down, clearing out a huge space. In the night, Yi Chun was not in a hurry. He kept creating illusions, using Zhen Qi shadows to confuse his opponent, creating an opportunity for his real body. He had to admit that the ghost head was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. Not only was his defense extremely high, but his attacks were also extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have lasted this long. A pair of eyes shone with a light purple light as the ghost head's breathing gradually calmed down. His mind was highly focused as he tried to sense every movement around him. Right now, he had already lost hope in Ghost 5, Ghost 6, and Ghost 9. Without any surprises, the three would be just like his young master, all dead under his opponent's assassination. I have been through all kinds of tough battles. You want to kill me? In your dreams. As the leader of the Ghost Hall, the ghost head was famous for his assassination skills. After calming down, he had actually gotten used to Yi Chen's fighting style. He wanted to see who would be the first one to fall. Chapter 219. As the night deepened, the moon quietly hid behind the lotus clouds. Dozens of miles away, the gold tripod city was full of people and lights. However, the forest was quiet, and the atmosphere was depressing. Without a sound, the cold light suddenly exploded. "Get lost!" the ghost head yelled. His skinny palm tore out a few purple claw energies. The claw energies were aggressive and sharp, clashing with the cold light. Chi. After leaving a sword mark on the ghost lord's arm, Yi Chen's body flashed and disappeared into the night. It seems like I have overestimated myself after all. I thought I could threaten astral-reaching realm warriors in a complicated environment. But now, it seems like I can't even kill a peak-level late clasping yuan realm warrior who knows how to assassinate with one attack. It would be even more difficult for me to deal with an astral-reaching realm warrior. As long as I miss one attack, the astral-reaching realm warrior would be able to kill me 10 times over. Yi Chun was very clear about the horrifying power of astral-reaching realm warriors. If the opponent did not put up his protective Zhenyuan layer, he might still have a chance. But if he did, then there would be no chance at all, since the quality of the Zhenyuan was not something Zhen Qi could compete with. Like a ghost, he moved around Senior Ghost without making any sound. Yi Chun rolled his eyes, raised his right hand, and pointed at the air. Bang! In the distance, the ghost elder felt like he was struck by lightning. His feet left the ground and crashed into a big tree. The big tree collapsed with a loud bang, and the leaves flew everywhere. Good chance. Hiding the Star Scar sword in its scabbard, Yi Chen's body flashed, creating 4 Zhen Qi shadows. The 4 Zhen Qi shadows ran along with his real body. The difference was that his real body did not expose any qi, while the Zhen Qi vibration coming from the Zhen Qi shadows were like luminous pearls in the dark night, extremely eye-catching. For which one, or none of them? The power of the void-shattering finger art was too weak, so the ghost head, who had cultivated the purple zombie demonic art, was not affected at all. He stood up in shock, not knowing what Yi Chun was doing. "I don't care anymore. I'll kill them all together." With a roar, an intense cyan light appeared on the ghost's body. Both of his hands cooperated with each other, and countless claw energies spread out, turning into an inescapable net. Cha, 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 cha. The Zhen Qi shadow was cut into pieces, dissipating into the purest energy. Xiao, the threatening sword light, came from behind the ghost head. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The ghost head laughed. He twisted his body and spun in a spiral shape, shooting out several claw energies. With a bang, the sound of weapons breaking rang out. The ghost head knew that the weapon in Yi Chen's hand was clearly a low-rank weapon. How could it be broken in one attack? It should be known that even astral-reaching realm warriors would have a hard time destroying low-rank weapons. Rest in peace. In front of him, Yi Chen held the Star Scar sword and pierced through the ghost head's body. It turned out that the second his Zhen Qi shadow had been destroyed, he had created another Zhen Qi shadow and made it hold the normal great sword, the Dragon Spring Sword. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Chen had gotten behind the ghost head and created the most realistic illusion of an attack. His real body was still in front of the ghost head, giving him a lightning attack. Everything was perfect, and it had worked. I can't accept this. Beast transformation. The ghost head's eyes turned red all of a sudden. He pushed his purple zombie demon art to its limit. Zhen Qi traveled along the Star Scar sword, then started to vibrate violently before exploding and leaking out. It's a secret martial art. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. His palm almost dropped the Star Scar sword. Soon, that vibrating, exploding power exploded out and landed on his chest. Pulling out the sword, Yi Chen puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Die! His red eyes dragged out two beams of light in the dark night. The ghost head appeared in front of Yi Chen within a second. His palm, no, it was his beast claw that reached down, tearing apart Yi Chen's protective Zhen Qi layer. Shadow explosion. The extreme danger had made Yi Chen extremely calm. His body shook once, and his real body left the protective Zhen Qi layer, avoiding the ghost head's attack. The Zhen Qi shadow that he had left behind had been torn apart. The ghost head opened his mouth and roared at Yi Chen, letting out a lump of condensed sound wave. Break! Yi Chen pointed out his right index finger in the air, hitting the sound wave right in the middle. The sound wave twisted violently and exploded, turning into countless sound blades that spread out, cutting the trees and the ground into pieces. Rumble! Right at that moment, the ground suddenly started to shake. As he was flying backward, Yi Chen looked over at the ghost head. The ghost head, who had already turned into a beast, stabbed both of his hands into the ground. He used all of his strength to lift up a 10-meter-big piece of dirt, attacking towards Yi Chen. My intelligence seems to have decreased. Under the pressure of the Zhen Qi, the dirt suddenly softened. Yi Chen quickly sank into the ground, avoiding the huge dirt. The dirt was shattered, and the ghost head, who had turned into a beast, went through it. He did not see Yi Chen anywhere. Here. The sword light shot out from under his feet, flashing once before disappearing. Awoo! The ghost head let out a scream that did not sound like a human. Deep sword marks appeared between his legs. Normally, if a human were to receive this kind of sword attack, they would be paralyzed for a short period of time. However, in his beast form, besides screaming, the first thing that came to his mind was to fight back. He bent his body and threw out a punch onto the ground. The ground within a 10-meter radius started to shake violently, looking like a huge wave. At the edge, Yi Chen jumped out with a pale face. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Although the ghost head had lost most of his human mind, he had become even more violent and fearless. His defense seemed to be no weaker than the body-training martial art from before. That should not be a problem. The reaction and speed of the ghost head had increased tremendously, which made him even scarier than a beast at the same level. What kind of secret martial art is this? Looking at the ghost head, who had needle-like hair all over his body, a face that looked like a wolf's mouth, and sharp teeth, Yi Chen felt a headache. In order to increase his attacking power, he had turned himself into something that was neither a human nor a ghost. The ghost head looked at Yi Chen from afar. His beast eyes were full of cruelty and killing intent. He had bought the beast transformation's secret martial art from the trading palace in the Martial City. Different from the other martial arts, the beast transformation's secret martial art could only be performed with the spirit blood of a beast. Normally, he would not use this martial art unless it was a life or death situation, because once he used it, his beast body would automatically release his Zhen Qi. Before, Yi Chen had been wounded by the Zhen Qi that had leaked out, besides that after the beast transformation. Although the warrior's cultivation would still be the same, his Zhen Qi would need to be accumulated slowly. Without the fire dragon fruit and other natural treasures, he might not be able to recover even after a year and a half. That was the real reason why he did not dare to use it easily. Roar! A loud roar was heard as the ghost head's legs bounced and jumped towards Yi Chen. His huge claws were shining with a cold light in the night. Void-shattering finger. Hit! Pointing out his right index finger in the air, Yi Chen held his sword with his left hand and attacked. Under the powerful void-shattering finger power, the ghost head's beast body stopped in midair. Then, a beam of sword light pierced towards his forehead. Crack! The ghost head's head reached up a little bit. He opened his huge mouth full of sharp teeth and bit onto the star scar sword. His body tilted, and a slim black shadow suddenly shot out, wrapping around Yi Chen's body. Tail! Wrapping around Yi Chen was a long and thin tail full of fur. It looked a bit like a snake, but without scales. Plus, it was very soft. The more Yi Chen struggled, the tighter the tail got. With his body wrapped up and his star scar sword bitten, Yi Chen did not even think before he formed a fist with his right hand and punched heavily onto the ghost head's huge chin. Popping sounds continued to be heard. Blood leaked out from the corner of the ghost head's mouth, and one of his teeth had also been broken. A deep roar came from his throat as his two beast claws attacked towards Yi Chen from both sides. Without a choice, Yi Chen let go of his left hand that was holding the star scar sword. He reached out both of his hands, blocking out the ghost head's beast claws. At the same time, he twisted his body. Waves of twisting power acted on his tail. As long as the tail loosened even a little bit, he would be able to escape. The series of movements between the two had all happened in midair. Soon, the ghost head landed on the ground first, while Yi Chen was wrapped up by the tail, both of his feet hanging in the air. Tornado broke in clouds. Using his feet as a sword, Yi Chen kicked his right foot up. His mysterious Zhen Qi simulated the sword Qi, twisting the Qi flow and creating a small tornado in the narrow space between the two. The tornado expanded rapidly, attacking both Yi Chen and the ghost head's bodies. Originally, the ghost head was just about to suppress Yi Chen, and his beast claws were about to break through Yi Chen's defense. But under the attack of the tornado, his tail could not help but loosen, and his eyes could not see anything. Yi Chen could not see anything either. However, with his powerful soul power, his eyes could not see as clearly as his eyes. Enduring the cutting power of the tornado, his body shook, and he instantly escaped from the tail's control. Then, with a weird posture, he moved towards the tornado. After spinning for half a circle, he had completely merged into it. Without even looking, he reached out his palm and took out the star scar sword from the ghost head's mouth. With the star scar sword in his hand, Yi Chen used the spinning power of the tornado to perform his lone peak kill over and over again. Pooh! 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 At such a close distance, the ghost head could not even dodge. His body had been pierced through like a sieve by the sword edge. His body looked like a bucket with a lot of holes, and blood kept pouring out of the holes. The tornado was not made of sword chi after all. Under the continuous attacks, the spinning power was getting weaker and weaker, and eventually disappeared. Yi Chen stood in midair as he threw out a sword attack like lightning, stabbing into the ghost head's forehead within a second. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his head. The needle-like hair disappeared, and the ghost head returned to his human body. The life in his eyes had disappeared completely. Taking out the Star-Scar sword, Yi Chen's legs felt a bit weak. He looked down and saw that the clothes on his body were torn, revealing the low-rank light armor underneath. The low-rank light armor was not damaged at all. If it were not for it, that tornado would have wounded him badly, since it was created between the two of them. Of course, if it were not for that tornado, the result would have been unimaginable. The ghost head who had turned into a beast was even more horrifying than a beast. His speed and reflexes had reached a whole new level. If it was a frontal attack, the lone peak kill would not be able to lock onto him at all. Only like what happened before, where his opponent could not dodge at all, would it work. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen wiped his lips. He forced a laugh. This battle could be the most dangerous one since he had arrived on this true spirit continent. If he was not careful, he would be killed by his opponent. Just like Morong Qingqing had said, some of the peak-level clasping yuan realm warriors who had no hope of reaching the astral-reaching realm were very scary. Because of that, in order to increase their attacking power, they would do everything they could, even destroying their own image. Chapter 220, swallowing a healing pellet and a soul-replenishing pellet, Yi Chen waved his right hand in the air. The storage ring on the ghost head's finger fell off automatically and flew into his palm. Let's get out of here first. My wounds are a bit serious. During the battle with the ghost head, Yi Chen had been wounded 3 times in total. The first time was when he stabbed his opponent with his sword and was injured by his aggressive Zhenqi. The second time was when he sneaked into the ground and was punched out by the ghost head, who had turned into a beast. The last time was when he was wounded by himself. Although he had a low-rank light armor to protect him, once his protective Zhenqi layer was broken, the light armor could only defend against the power on the surface. The attacks that went through the light armor would all hit on his body. If it were not for the King Kong Jade body, Yi Chen's wounds would be even more serious. Putting away the storage ring, Yi Chen's body flashed, disappearing into the night. The forest that had returned to its peaceful state looked even creepier. After a while, a shrill bird cry was heard from the sky. Soon, a huge shadow covered the sky. The waning moon emerged from the lotus cloud. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that the huge shadow was a strange bird with 4 claws. The strange bird's eyes were as red as torches, shining brightly like 2 lamps in the forest, emitting a ferocious aura. On the back of the bird, there was a human figure standing on it. He closed his eyes, seeming to be sensing something. After a while, he suddenly yelled, "How dare you kill the ghost man's adopted son? Who dares to do this?" Following his furious roar, the trees and plants in the forest withered one after another. Soon after, they automatically began to burn, turning into waves of ashes that quickly spread out. The ghost man, he is here. Hurry and tell the others. Nearby, an astral-reaching realm warrior who was passing by was shocked. He extended his body and turned into a beam of light, flying toward the gold tripod city at an extreme speed. He had reached a speed that was a couple times faster than the speed of sound. Shoo! Shoo! 2 white shadows blocked in front of him. These 2 white shadows were wearing cold white long robes with extremely long sleeves. Their heads were wrapped in white cloth, and they were releasing a creepy vibe. They did not look like humans, but more like ghosts. Piss off! The astral-reaching realm warrior who was about to escape shook his palm, causing the air to twist and shatter. The aggressive yellow shockwave spread out in a fan shape, looking like a beam of light in the sky. Pucci! Behind him, two white shadows appeared out of nowhere. The white shadows held sharp blades in their hands, and they pierced his heart and neck without hesitation. Blood dyed his clothes red as this astral-reaching realm warrior landed on the ground unwillingly. Bring him back. I want to turn him into a rank 7 zombie. The corpse man, who was shrouded in black mist, flew over on his weird bird. His tone was strangely calm, which was a huge contrast to his previous rage. It gave people a scary feeling that his mood was unpredictable. Yes, one of the white shadows waved his hand, and a chain pierced down, binding the astral-reaching realm warrior's body and easily pulling it up. Forget it. You two go back first. The other two will come with me for a meeting. The corpse man seemed to have thought of something as he spoke with a dry and hoarse voice. The night was thick. The 5 of them split into 2 directions and disappeared into the sky. Instead of going back to the gold tripod city, Yichen randomly found a small town and stayed there. Young hero, the hot water is ready for you, said the waiter respectfully in the guest room of the restaurant. Yichen said, All right, you go out first. Do not disturb me without my permission. Yes. Leaving the guest room, the waiter closed the door behind him. After taking a hot shower and washing away all the blood and dirt on his body, Yichen put on a clean set of clothes and walked into the bedroom. Let's see what I got. The wounds on his body would not be healed in a short time, so there was no need to rush. Plus, Yichen was very interested in the wealth of the 5. Perhaps there would be something useful for him, such as the great healing medicine. The first thing he opened were the storage rings of the 3 men in black. 85,000 low-rank soul stones, 72,000 low-rank soul stones, 78,000 low-rank soul stones, compared to normal clasping Yuan realm warriors. The 3 of them were quite rich. Without any surprises, this was not all they had. Only those lone warriors would like to put all their wealth in their storage rings, just like Yichen, putting away the low-rank soul stones and some other stuff. Yichen opened the storage ring of the ghost head. The ghost head's wealth was obviously more than the 3 of them. He had more than 150,000 low-rank soul stones, millions of gold, and 3 manuals. 2 of them were low-rank Earth realm manuals, while the other one was the Beast Transformation Secret Art. Right next to the Beast Transformation Secret Art were 2 transparent little bottles. There were notes on the bottles which said Rank 6 Wolf Beast Spirit Blood and Rank 6 Demonic Ape Spirit Blood, respectively. The Beast Transformation Secret Art requires the Beast Spirit Blood. 1 drop can only be used once. After the Beast Transformation, the Zhen Qi will be pushed out immediately, opening the Beast Transformation Secret Art. Yichen took a look and closed it immediately. The side effect of this secret art was too big. In order to be powerful for a short period of time, it would take a lot of time to recover in the future. It was like gambling on tomorrow. Lastly, it was the storage ring of the young man. It did not disappoint Yichen. The young man's wealth was definitely rich. 350,000 low-rank soul stones, 10 million gold. Only these 2 things were more than most of the clasping Yuan realm warriors. Besides that, there were also a lot of other valuable things, including a bottle of top-rank healing pellets. This bottle of healing pellets is worth at least millions of gold. Most importantly, there is nowhere to buy it even if you have the money. It should be able to shorten the healing time by half. Opening the stopper, Yichen took out a pellet and pinched it in his hand. The pellet was blue in color, with spiral patterns on the surface. It was crystal clear, and a refreshing fragrance spread out. Not knowing if it was just an illusion, Yichen felt that after inhaling the fragrance, His wounds had gotten a little better. No, this bottle of healing pellets could not be bought with gold. Although Yi Chen did not know what the name of the pellet was, he could tell from the fragrance that it was not that simple. Even if it was not as good as the great healing pellets from the auction, it was still a rare rank pellet. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen packed up all of his belongings and swallowed a pellet, entering the recovery mode. 3 days had passed, and Yi Chen opened his eyes, looking very energetic. I was right. One pellet had completely healed my wounds and made up for all of the yuan qi that I had lost. Standing up, Yi Chen performed a set of fist art. His fist brought up a strong wind that made his bones and muscles vibrate. The next morning, Yi Chen left the town. His destination was the Martial City. Back then, Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin had teamed up to fight against him. Because he was not powerful enough, he had to run away. But now his power had increased drastically. Not only had he reached the peak level of mid-clasping Yuan realm, he had also combined the 11th movement of his lone peak kill, which was extremely powerful. It would be strange if he did not go back for revenge. I hope you two can still stay in the Martial City. In midair, Yi Chen sneered. He increased his speed to his limit, flying towards the Martial City. The Martial City was located in the middle of the heavy mysterious mountains. It was surrounded by deep chasms, and the gravity inside the chasms was extremely high. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to fly there. But every second, there would be a huge number of warriors rushing into the Martial City, wanting to buy some rare treasures. Of course, there were also a lot of warriors leaving the Martial City, wanting to train and find some opportunities. On the thick chain, Yi Chen's body moved like lightning, and he quickly slid to the other side. What was strange was that the Zhen Qi vibration coming from Yi Chen was not at the peak level of mid-clasping Yuan realm, but at the peak level of early clasping Yuan realm, which was a whole level lower. Walking on the street of the Martial City, Yi Chen thought to himself, if I expose my real power, Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin would definitely be scared and would not attack me easily. But now that I have used the hiding qi spell to hide my cultivation, they would not have to worry too much. The Martial City was too big, and Yi Chen naturally did not know where the two were. But he had his own plans. At the counter outside the training room, reserve a mid-rank training room for me. It will only take 3 days. Yi Chen paid 3,000 low-rank soul stones to the woman. The beautiful woman had already forgotten about Yi Chen. She laughed and said, "All right, here is your jade tag. Within 3 days, you can enter the training room to train at any time." After getting the jade tag, Yi Chen turned around and walked out. After Yi Chen left, one of the waiters in the line near the counter had a look of extreme joy in his eyes. In a private room of a restaurant, "Sir, the person you asked me to watch a couple of months ago has come back. He even reserved a mid-rank training room for 3 days. I think he is now in the trading hall." The waiter, who had changed into a casual outfit, laughed and said. Yuan Zonghua looked normal at first, but after hearing what the waiter had said, he froze for a second, then became extremely happy. "Ha! It seems like he still does not know that I have spies in the training room area. He thinks he can get away with it. You have done well. This is your reward." Yuan Zonghua casually threw a bag of low-rank soul stones to the waiter. The waiter opened it and saw that there were at least hundreds of low-rank soul stones in the bag, which was enough for him to train for a year. He said happily, "Sir, if you have any missions in the future, I will be happy to help. Don't worry, I will not forget you." Waiting until the waiter had left, Yuan Zonghua walked back and forth for a couple of steps, then said with a cruel voice, "This time, we cannot let him get away. We have to find a couple of helpers. Mr. Jin is one of them. Who else should we find?" "Oh, right. Call the 3 brothers from the Wolf Head Mountain as well." These three are cruel and cruel. They have done a lot of killing and robbing. They are all experienced late, clasping Yuan realm warriors, and they are not that much weaker than me. Together with the three of them, we will have an unprecedentedly powerful team. Let's see how he can get away. Yuan Zhongbo was very confident about this attack. Not to mention the others. He had not wasted the last 4 to 5 months either. Not only had he completely recovered from his wounds, he had also trained one of his martial arts to the highest level, adding his ace martial art, the minor blood demon separating great art. His power had reached an unprecedented peak. If it were not for the fact that he was worried about Yi Chen's tricks, he would have been able to wound him badly by himself, or even kill him. However, as a cautious person, he did not want to take risks. He clearly remembered the lesson from last time. If it were not for Mr. Jin's help, he might not even be able to survive. Chapter 221. Yi Chen did not go to the trading palace just to confuse people. Actually, he was also planning to find a fist art manual. During the battle with the ghost head, his star scar sword had been bitten by him, and he could not do anything with his bare hands. If it were not for the fact that he had performed his tornado broken clouds with his feet instead of his sword, he would have been killed by that ghost head already. If he had trained a powerful fist art at that time, even if he could not kill the ghost head immediately, he would at least be able to wound him badly and free himself. Right now, I am not powerful enough yet. Training only sword arts obviously would not be able to handle all kinds of battles. So, my fist arts must be powerful as well. As for the other martial arts, I will not learn them. I do not have enough energy. The void-shattering finger art was indeed powerful, but it was too deep and complicated. With Yi Chen's current cultivation and knowledge, he would not be able to understand the essence of it. Entering the trading palace would require enough wealth. Yi Chen took out a storage ring that he had prepared beforehand and handed it over to the warrior who was guarding the palace. After the warrior had checked it, he returned the storage ring and let him in immediately. Inside the palace, there were a lot of people talking. Clasping Yuan, realm warriors could be seen everywhere. Burning wind godly fist art. No, the rank is too low. Mountain-shattering fist art. No, not as good as Tyrant fist art. Small star fist art, it is indeed good, but unfortunately what I want is destructive power. On his way, Yi Chen realized that among the fist art manuals that were being sold, more than 90% of them were low-rank Earth Realm fist arts. There were very few mid-rank Earth Realm fist arts, and as for the high-rank Earth Realm fist arts, he could not find any at all. But it was understandable, since high-rank Earth Realm martial arts were all top-secret martial arts even for rank 6 martial institutions. No matter how many treasures there were in the trading palace, there would not be any high-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Lowering his requirements, Yi Chen set his sights on mid-rank Earth Realm fist art manuals. After walking around the trading palace for miles, Yi Chen had found 2 fist art manuals that he was satisfied with. One was the 3-colored fire fist art, and the other was the 5 mountain godly fist art. The 3-colored fire fist art had 3 movements in total. The first movement would produce a red fist power, the second movement would be purple, and the third movement would be golden. It was perfect for warriors who had trained fire element Zhen Qi. However, Yi Chen's great mystery, Zhen Qi, did not have an element, so he could train any kind of martial skill. Meanwhile, the 5 mountain godly fist technique was more aggressive. There were 5 movements in total, and each movement was stronger than the last. Every time one of them was performed, the physical body had to be strong enough. Otherwise, not only would it not hurt the enemy, it would backfire on the user. The three-colored fire fist art was 170,000 low-rank soul stones, while the five-mountain godly fist art was 210,000 low-rank soul stones. They were both mid-rank Earth realm martial arts, but there was a 40,000 difference. Boss, I want the three-colored fire fist manual. While Yichen was still thinking, the three-colored fire fist was chosen by another peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warrior. With a bitter smile, Yichen walked to the crystal counter where the five-mountain godly fist technique was kept. Stopping his steps, Yichen's gaze landed on the crystal counter in the corner. Inside the transparent counter, there were only 2 or 3 treasures for sale. One of them was indeed a fist art manual, which was labeled High-Rank Earth Realm Fist Art Incomplete Manual. Let's go check it out. Before, Yichen had been searching too fast, so he did not notice the existence of this crystal counter. Otherwise, he would not have been so calm. There were a lot of warriors surrounding the crystal counter. What a shame. Normally, there would be 1 or 2 complete movements in a manual, but this fist art manual does not even have 1 complete movement. How am I supposed to train it? And it is still so expensive. 300,000 low-rank soul stones. Which warrior below the astral-reaching realm would be able to afford it? I think they are trying to make fun of us and show off. What is there to show off? Even if you sell it to me for 30,000 low-rank soul stones, I would not buy it. Let's go. We have been excited for nothing. People came fast and left even faster. Soon, there were only 2 or 3 people left. Boss, can you make it cheaper? I will buy it for 50,000 low-rank soul stones. A late clasping Yuan realm warrior seemed to be interested in it. So he suggested. The boss was an elder with gray hair wearing a brown long robe. He sat on the cushion behind the counter without moving. Hearing him, he said, "If you are interested, I can reduce it by 10 or 20,000. 10 or 20,000 less. Isn't this a scam?" That warrior cursed and left. The 2 people next to him were not interested in watching anymore, so they left as well. In the end, only Yichen was left. He did not try to negotiate the price, but started to look at the fist art manual. The fist art manual had been split into 2, with only the top half and no bottom half. Therefore, it was different from the normal incomplete manuals. This manual was the most incomplete of the incomplete manuals, which was almost impossible to train unless someone was willing to spend decades to study it. But for most people, decades were too long. No one was willing to spend decades studying a fist art manual, even if it was originally a high-rank Earth realm one. After all, if one had decades of time to study, they might as well train and try to reach a higher level. Because it was split in half, the name of the manual was also split in half. Only the first 2 words dragon elephant could be seen. As for the rest, no one knew. "Can you take it out and let me have a look?" Yichen asked. The elder said, "Are you sure you want to buy it?" Yichen laughed. "If it suits me, I will buy it. If it doesn't, I will definitely not buy it. It is very simple." "All right, I will give you 3 breaths. Don't look too much." Opening the crystal counter, the elder took out half of the manual and handed it to Yichen. His eyes were full of caution, as if he was afraid that Yichen would look too much. Yichen smiled helplessly and opened the first page. The first movement, Dragon Elephant Great Power. The second movement, Dragon Elephant Roar. The third movement, Elephant Mountain Fighting. The fourth movement, Dragon Ocean Pouring. The 7th movement, Nameless. Flipping through it quickly, Yichen found out that there were 7 movements in this book. Each movement had a weird name, and he could not tell what they were. But he had a feeling that it was not a lie, and that it was a real high-rank Earth Realm fist art. Perhaps it was even of a higher rank. 3 breaths. The elder snatched the manual from Yichen's hand. touching his storage ring, Yichen suddenly said, "I have a question. Do you know the rank of this manual?" A hint of hesitation flashed through the elder's eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "To be honest, I don't know either. I found it by accident on a small island in the Star Regional Lake. But in my opinion, it should be more than just a high-rank Earth realm." Even though the owner of the manual had been dead for many years, his body was still releasing a horrifying vibe. How could his belongings be simple, releasing horrifying aura after a long time of death? Yichen was shocked. Was this not the sign of a Sea of Souls realm warrior's death? As for life and death realm warriors, it was extremely hard for them to die, unless they were completely destroyed. Otherwise, even if they were beaten until only a piece of flesh was left, they would be able to recover. The more powerful ones would only need a drop of blood to be reborn. There were almost no life and death realm warriors who left their bodies behind. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Then why didn't you write top rank Earth realm? You do not know the real rank anyway. The elder forced a smile. If I wrote top rank Earth realm, people would think that I was trying to be mysterious and would not pay attention to it. Also, I have studied this manual carefully and did not find anything special. To be honest, yesterday, an astral-reaching realm warrior came to take a look, but he shook his head and left, saying that without the bottom half, even a heaven realm fist art would be useless. Yichen thought for a while and felt that the astral-reaching realm warrior was right. Trying to derive the whole manual from half of the manual was even harder than creating one's own. After all, if one were to create one's own martial arts, everything would be based on one's own framework, and the effects would be clear. On the other hand, deriving someone else's martial arts would be using someone else's framework to fill in the content, which would be greatly restricted. 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Any more, and I will leave. Yichen stared at the elder. A bit too little, right? It is a manual left by a powerful warrior, after all. The elder was not satisfied with this price. Yichen did not say another word and left. Wait, 150,000 low-rank soul stones. 120,000. Damn it, 120,000. Here you go. Yichen smiled as he continued to trade. I am only buying it to study it. What can you expect from me? The elder rolled his eyes. I can see that you are sincere about buying it. Those people before you want to buy it for only 50,000 low-rank soul stones. In their dreams. Putting away the half manual, Yichen walked over to the crystal counter where the 5-mountain godly fist art was. The 5-mountain godly fist art was priced at 210,000 low-rank soul stones. Obviously, it was too expensive. Normally, a top mid-rank Earth Realm fist art would only cost 180,000 or 190,000 low-rank soul stones. However, this was the trading palace, and the price was set by the warriors themselves. They could sell it for as much as they wanted. Yichen, who had made a fortune before, did not hesitate and bought it directly. Leaving the trading palace, Yichen went back to the training room that he had booked. 3 days later, noon, Yichen purposely dressed up and walked towards the city gate quietly. Ha! I knew that you had come to the martial city. You wanted to sneak out. On the second floor of a restaurant nearby, Yuan Zonghua laughed viciously. Right next to him, there were 4 other people. On the left was Mr. Jean, who had a big smile on his face. The other 3 were extremely muscular, all at late clasping Yuan realm. I thought you wanted us to come for some powerful guy. He is only a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. Do you really need to make such a big fuss? Second brother is right. Yuan Zonghua, what the hell are you doing? Let me tell you, if we do not get anything good, we will ask you for it. Yuan Zonghua was annoyed and said, I was careless before and got ambushed by him. But you should not underestimate him. His flying art is very powerful. Mr. Jean can prove it. Mr. Jean smiled. Brother Yuan is right. He has learned a very powerful flying art. He can create Zhen-Qi shadows to confuse his opponents. Creating Zhen-Qi shadows is indeed a bit tricky, but you two should have been careless. Otherwise, how could you let him get away? Yuan Zhongbo was a bit embarrassed. He did not tell the other three about him and Mr. Jean being injured. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh at him. Indeed, Mr. Jean and I were both careless. We did not take him seriously. This time, I called you three brothers from the Wolf Head Mountain was mainly to prevent him from running away. Besides, I only want that low-ranked greatsword. You guys can have everything else. That's more like it. This brat is already at peak level, early clasping Yuan realm at such a young age. He must have a lot of good stuff with him. I hope he will not disappoint us. Chapter 222. Getting out of the martial city, Yi Chen jumped up and landed on the chain. He did not need to look back to know that Yuan Zhongbo and the rest had followed him. Since they were outside of the martial city, they could just follow him without worrying about being discovered. Come on, you will regret it soon. Before coming out, Yi Chen had scanned with his soul power and knew where the five of them were. Yuan Zhongbo and Mr. Jean were still the same, and their power would not increase by much. The three new people did not give Yi Chen any sense of danger either. Individually speaking, they were not even as powerful as Yuan Zhongbo or Mr. Jean. With Yi Chen's power right now, it would be easy for him to take on 5 old late clasping Yuan realm warriors. But it would be a bit difficult to make them all stay. Shoo! His body lengthened as Yi Chen appeared on the other side of the chain extremely fast. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Hurry up! Don't let him get away. Yuan Zhongbo was extremely worried. He hated Yi Chen to the core. If he did not kill him with his own hands, it would affect his training in the future. The leader of the Wolf Head Mountain sneered. The gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain is abnormal. He is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and he wants to run away? The 5 of them split into 2 groups and chased after Yi Chen from the other side of the chain. In the distance was a dense forest. Because of the gravity, the trees here were different from the outside world. There were no dozens of meters tall trees. Most of the trees were less than 10 meters tall, but they were surprisingly thick. It would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around them. The leaves were so thick that it covered everything in the forest. Looking from the outside, one would not be able to see anything. Good place. Yi Chen purposely slowed down a bit. When his soul power sensed that the 5 of them were not far away from him, his body flashed and disappeared into the forest. Yuan Zhongbo was furious, such a cunning brat. Mr. Jean laughed. This forest is not that big. He might be able to get in, but he will not be able to get out. That's right. We, the 3 brothers of Wolf Head Mountain, live in the forest. The more complicated the environment, the more advantageous it is for us. Originally, we only wanted to kill him, but since he ran into the forest, let's play with him. Don't you think the game of hunter and prey is very interesting? Hearing him, Yuan Zhongbo calmed down a bit and thought to himself, looks like I have been too cautious. The reason why that brat could beat me last time was because I was too careless and got tricked by him. But now, I won't be tricked again. Plus, we still have Mr. Jean and the 3 brothers from the Wolf Head Mountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 of them did not slow down and directly rushed into the forest. Let's split them up first. With 5 of them together, it's very likely that some of them will run away. Yi Chen was not afraid of Yuan Zhongbo and the other 4 ganging up. What he was afraid of was that once he exposed his true power, The survivors would know that they were no match for him and would run away immediately. Plus, his flying art was not that much better than the 5 of them. Chasing after 1 or 2 of them was already his limit. Killing all of them here was not realistic at all. His body shook a little as Yi Chen created a Zhen-Qi shadow. Together with his real body, they both ran in 2 different directions. Yuan Zonghua, who had rushed over first, froze. The forest was too dark, plus Yi Chen's extremely fast movements. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Brother Yuan, us 3 brothers from the Wolf Head Mountain will go this way. You and Mr. Jean will go for the other one. Once there is any movement, we will meet up immediately. The leader of the Wolf Head Mountain said. Mr. Jean nodded. This forest is only 10 miles in radius. If there is a battle, we will be able to sense it from far away. There should not be any mistakes. All right, let's go. Yuan Zonghua thought about it and agreed, so he and Mr. Jean chased after the Yi Chen on the right side. The 3 brothers looked at each other and laughed. Eldest brother, second brother, since Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jean are taking this guy so seriously, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Why do we have to join hands with them? Let's just kill them and take their storage rings. Ha! Third brother has the same idea as me. We 3 brothers from the Wolf Head Mountain are always together. I don't think Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jean would dare to do anything to us. If he dares to, if it were not for the fact that Mr. Jean is with him, I would kill him as well. There is still a chance. Let's catch up with that brat first. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. The 3 of them had their own plan as they chased after the Yi Chen on the left side. Although the forest was not that big, because of the thick trees, they could not push their speed to its limit. The 3 of them, one in the front and one in the back, avoided all the obstacles and chased after the Yi Chen. Brat, where do you think you are going? The 3rd brother from the Wolf Head Mountain shook his wrist, and a palm-sized shuriken shot out. It was as fast as lightning. It brushed past the trees and hit the Yi Chen's body. Boom! Yi Chen's body was shattered into pieces, disappearing completely. So it was a fake. What bad luck! Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jean should be chasing after the real one. The 2nd brother looked disappointed. Second brother. The eldest brother and the 3rd brother looked at the back of the 2nd brother in fear. In the dense forest, a sword light that looked slow but was actually very fast was stabbing towards them. It was only a flash, but it had already pierced into the 2nd brother's back. You killed my 2nd brother. I want you dead. The eldest brother of the Wolf Head Mountain roared in anger. The muscles on his right arm expanded, making a cracking sound. Right after that, he stepped out with his left foot and threw a punch towards the source of the sword light. That punch was extremely powerful. Before the fist power arrived, the fist wind had already arrived. The air was pierced through within a second, forming a transparent tornado. Crack! A huge hole appeared on the big tree, which was pierced through by the fist power. The edge of the hole was in a spiral shape. Obviously, that fist power contained a very powerful twisting power. The second one. Yi Chen appeared on the left side of the eldest brother, stabbing out with his sword. So fast. That was the only thought in the eldest brother's mind. With one sword attack, Yi Chen looked at the 3rd brother of the Wolf Head Mountain. The expression of the 3rd brother of the Wolf Head Mountain had changed a couple of times, from anger to shock, and then to fear. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to run as far as he could. Yi Chen was way too horrifying. Not only had he killed the 2nd brother with one sword attack, he had also killed the eldest brother with one sword attack. The speed of his sword attack was something that he had never seen before. He had never seen such a fast sword attack before. Ghost shadow steps. The strongest part of the third brother was not his martial skills, but his flying art. This ghost shadow steps was a mid-rank earth realm martial art. Relying on it, the three of them were able to easily surround and kill those lone warriors who were good at flying art but had average strength. Right then, he performed his ghost shadow steps without caring about anything else. His body was like a ghost, flashing in the dense forest. Within a blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Competing with me in movement art, Yi Chen touched the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body turned into a shadow. He suddenly appeared on top of a big tree on the opposite side, and when he looked again, he was already on another big tree. He kept flashing, appearing, and disappearing, and no one could tell where his real body was. Hearing the wind blowing beside his ears, the third brother let out a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. The ghost shadow steps was indeed a mid-rank earth realm martial art, as it was like a fish in the water in a complicated environment. However, thinking about the death of the eldest and the second brother, the third brother's heart skipped a beat. He swore that once he got back to the martial city, he would hire a powerful warrior to kill Yi Chen, even if he had to spend all his money. Boom! All of a sudden, the big tree in front of him started to shake, and the leaves started to fall. Run! The third brother was shocked, and he turned around and started to run. You think you can run? The fallen leaves were bounced away by his Zhenqi layer. Yi Chen's body started to move. The sword light in his hand was like a poisonous snake, full of killing intent. If we are going to die, let's all die together. The third brother had seen Yi Chen's sword art before, and he knew that once he was within 1 meter of him, there would be no chance for him to escape. So he decided not to back out, and instead he waved his hand, wanting to shoot out all of his shurikens, piercing his opponent like a beehive. Shoo! However, just as he lifted up his hand, Yi Chen had already taken back his sword. It was not that he had failed, but that he had taken back his sword after he had succeeded. Because as his star-scar sword had been taken back, a blood light suddenly exploded from the third brother's heart, and a huge amount of his life force had been drained away. So it is not him who is fast, but me who is slowed down. Until the moment of his death, the third brother suddenly realized that Yi Chen's sword was actually not that fast. The moment he threw out his sword, the distance between them seemed to have been stretched out endlessly, creating the illusion that he was still very far away. This illusion made him relax a little bit, and it was precisely because of this slight moment that he relaxed that his opponent's sword suddenly stabbed out, as if it had broken through the limitation of space and ignored the distance. Even though he was already dead, the third brother's body still maintained its original inertia, crashing heavily into the big tree in front of him. I have been seen through. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Yi Chen looked a bit surprised. The mysterious part of the lone peak kill was to confuse his opponent's sense of space. It was already very close, but it made his opponent think that he was very far away. It was so far away that there were still mountains and rivers between them. No matter what, it would be impossible for him to attack within a second. By the time he got close, his reaction would not be able to keep up anymore, and he could only watch himself get killed. Waving his right hand, the third brother's storage ring fell off automatically, shooting into Yi Chen's hand. Now it is time to take care of Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jin. Scanning with his soul power, Yi Chen soon found the other two's tracks. They were running towards him at an extremely fast speed. Brother Yuan, I suddenly have a bad feeling. While flying, Mr. Jin frowned, and his speed slowed down unconsciously. Yuan Zonghua was confused. What? Do you think that brat could kill the three brothers of the Wolf Head Mountain with his own power? Before, he had to run away when facing the two of us. The combined power of the three brothers would be even more powerful than us. Mr. Jean said, "You are right, but it is better to be safe than sorry." "Then what do you think we should do? We can't just do nothing, can we?" "Maybe I am thinking too much. Let's go." Mr. Jean had thought about all kinds of possibilities, but he did not think that there would be any accidents. After all, the power of the three brothers was still there. No matter how powerful Yi Chen was, he would not be able to kill the three of them easily. It was probably because of the injury from last time. Getting rid of the thoughts, Mr. Jean increased his speed and pushed his Zhen Qi layer to its limit. Chapter 223. On top of a huge tree, Yi Chen was hiding in the lush green leaves. His legs were slightly bent, and his body was leaning forward, seeming to be accumulating power. He held the sword handle with his right hand, ready to attack. His pair of sharp eyes were closed as he used his soul power to sense every movement of Yuan Zonghua and Mr. Jean. Without any surprises, they would fly past him in 3 breaths' time, which would be the best chance for him to kill them with one attack. Shoo! Shoo! The two had arrived. Mr. Jean was on the left, and Yuan Zonghua was on the right. There was a distance of 4 to 5 meters between them. Strange. Why is there no movement? Did that brat run away? His body was wrapped in the Zhenqi eagle as Yuan Zonghua sent a Zhenqi message to Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean said, "This brat is very cunning. He will not be killed that easily. I hope we can make it in time." Yeah, the 3 brothers have never fought with him before, so they might be a bit careless. But it's good this way. It will save them the trouble of laughing at us. The 2 were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived under the tree where Yi Chen was. Now is the time. Yi Chen kicked his legs and took out his Star Scar sword. The sharp blue sword light pierced through the leaves, appearing in front of Mr. Jean within a second. "My life is over." Mr. Jean let out a desperate roar. The next second, his head had already been separated from his body. Blood splashed out 3 meters high. Mr. Jean. The sword light was too fast. Yuan Zonghua did not even have the time to blink before Mr. Jin's head had already flown into the sky. "It's your turn." His body passed by Mr. Jin's dead body as both of his feet landed heavily on the hard ground. He kicked hard on the ground, and his Zhen Qi shot out. His whole body was like a beam of light that had been shot into a mirror, bouncing towards Yuan Zonghua. Yuan Zonghua had goosebumps all over his body. The sword art that Yi Chen had just performed had scared him. It was too fast and too sharp. Even Mr. Jean did not have the time to react. Honestly, if it were him, he would not be able to dodge that sword attack either. What was even scarier was that he suspected that the 3 brothers had all been killed by Yi Chen, just like how he had killed Mr. Jean, 1 sword attack for each. Run! His confidence had turned into the deepest fear. Yuan Zonghua pushed his Zhen Qi and crazily poured it into the Zhen Qi blood eagle. The blood eagle flapped its wings, bringing Yuan Zonghua into the sky above the forest, shooting out like lightning. Puchi! The Star Scar sword had only cut down a small piece of Zhen Qi outside of Yuan Zonghua's body. Yi Chen frowned as he landed on the thick tree. This guy was indeed the most troublesome 1 out of the 5. Not only did he have the forbidden secret art, the minor blood demon separating art, but he was also extremely fast in a straight line. Bang! As the tree was broken, Yi Chen used the recoil force to chase after Yuan Zonghua. Heart refining sword. On the way, Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands. He waved the sword and threw out a half-arc-shaped blue sword chi. The blue sword chi only flashed once before turning into a blue light and attacking Yuan Zonghua in front of him. Ah, this brat is despicable. Yuan Zhongguo's body shook a couple of times, and he almost fell down. After regaining his balance, he increased his speed again, flying towards the martial city that was hundreds of miles away. As long as he got back to the martial city, no matter how powerful his opponent was, he would not dare to touch even a hair of his. With that sword attack, Yi Chen had shortened the distance between him and Yuan Zhongguo by dozens of meters. But this method was obviously not practical. With Yi Chen's soul power right now, he could only perform the one-sword refining sword 6 times. After that, his mental power would be at a critical point, and if he was not careful, he would not be able to use his mental power at all. Plus, because he was flying at such a high speed, the power of the one-sword refining sword could only be performed at less than 50%, which would not be able to break through Yuan Zhongguo's protective Zhenqi layer. Even without the one-sword refining sword, Yi Chen still had a support killing art. That was the void-shattering finger art. The power of the void-shattering finger art might not be that powerful, but it was extremely effective in breaking Zhenqi. Switching the sword to his left hand, Yi Chen lifted up his right index finger and pointed in the air. Yuan Zhongguo landed on the ground, falling into the forest. Damn, I can't believe I have been pushed to this extent. Is this little forest going to be my Yuan Zhongguo's final resting place? Yuan Zhongguo landed on the ground. He did not dare to fly into the air anymore, so he kept running on the ground. His mind was filled with despair. Impossible. Yuan Zhongguo, will not die here. An evil look flashed through Yuan Zhongguo's face as he took out a small piece of blood-colored object from his storage ring. Without any hesitation, he threw it into his mouth. Then he performed his minor blood demon body, separating great art. His boiling Zhenqi poured into his right arm in an aggressive manner. His skin started to crack all of a sudden, and some blood vessels started to mix with his Zhenqi, making his Zhenqi even more viscous and red. Die! His right arm expanded as Yuan Zhongguo held the great sword in his hand. He turned around and threw out a sword attack towards his back. Swoosh! The blood-colored sword qi that looked like a waning moon expanded rapidly in the air, creating 1,000 meters long huge crack on the ground. Looking down from the sky, the whole forest looked like it had been split in half. I am not afraid of the minor blood demon separating great art, but he is obviously trying to slow me down so that I cannot catch up with him. Instead of facing the blood-colored sword qi head-on, Yi Chen flashed his body and avoided the attacking range of the sword qi. He looked up and saw that Yuan Zhongguo had used this short window of time to increase the distance between them again. Let me see how many times you can perform this. Back when Yuan Zhongguo performed his minor blood demon separating great art, his right arm had dried up, and his blood had been used up. Yi Chen was very clear about that. After a while, a red light appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Yuan Zhongguo had performed his minor blood demon separating great art again. After flashing past the sword qi, the distance between the two had increased to 500 meters, which was a whole mile. Yi Chen was still a bit worried, so he scanned with his soul power. He wanted to see what Yuan Zhongguo was doing. He was scanning with his soul power. Yuan Zhongguo took out a small piece of blood-colored stuff from his storage ring and put it into his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Visibly, Yuan Zhongguo's dried-up right arm had recovered, although it was not a complete recovery, and there would be serious side effects. As he used it more and more, it would be enough for him to make it to the martial city. Once he got there, he would have a chance to take care of his body. So it is a great medicine for improving blood and flesh. It looks like it is not something normal. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes together. He knew that if it continued like this, Yuan Zhongguo might be able to escape, and all his efforts would be in vain. Without any better ideas, Yi Chun performed his one-sword attack towards Yuan Zhongguo's location. The sword chi that was even faster than the thunder sound cut down all the trees, clearing out a huge area. Void-shattering finger. Without the huge trees in the way, Yi Chun pointed out his finger from a distance away. Boom! Without any time to react, Yuan Zhongguo's body tilted and crashed into the huge tree in front of him, leaving a human-shaped dent on it. Arms release. Yuan Zhongguo was furious. He put an even bigger piece of blood-colored stuff into his mouth and held his great sword with both of his arms covered in bloody light. He threw out a sword attack towards Yi Chun, who was 1 mile away. Kalala! The ground collapsed, and trees flew to the sides. The huge blood-red sword chi was like a red storm, bringing with it an indomitable aura as it rushed out. The horrifying aura caused all the cultivators within 100 miles to feel a strong sense of it, and they all looked over. Shadow explosion. Facing Yuan Zhongguo, who had released his arms, Yi Chun did not dare to waste any time. His body suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of shadows and spreading out. The next second, at least 20 shadows had been cut into pieces. Too bad that my lone peak kill is a close combat sword art. Otherwise, it would not take me so much effort. Last time, the reason why Yi Chun could beat Yuan Zhongguo so easily was because he had ambushed him right from the beginning, which had greatly reduced his power. But what was different from last time was that this time, Yuan Zhongguo was trying his best to run away and did not even try to fight with him. No matter how powerful Yi Chun was, he would not be able to do anything to him in a short period of time. Plus, even without Mr. Jean, it would still be hard to tell who would win. At that time, Yuan Zhongguo was afraid of the side effects, so he had only released his right arm. But now that he had the blood and flesh-nourishing medicine, he could more or less use some of the power of the minor blood demon body separating great art. The sword chi spread out as Yi Chun stood on the ground, holding his sword with both of his hands, and threw back a one-sword attack. Swoosh! Different from the sword chi. From the minor blood demon body separating great art, the sword chi from the one-sword attack was not that big, only 1 meter long. It shot out at an extreme speed, turning into a blue light beam within a second, cutting everything in its way. It landed heavily on Yuan Zhongguo's left arm. Yuan Zhongguo let out a scream as his left arm was cut off from his shoulder. Originally, with a distance of 500 meters, Yuan Zhongguo could have easily dodged the sword chi attack. But although the minor blood demon body separating great art was powerful, it would slow down the opponent's reaction speed. It would be fine if it was an opponent with the same power level, but if the opponent was obviously more powerful than him, then this weakness would be magnified. Little bastard, even if I have to risk half of my life, I will kill you in this forest. Yuan Zhongguo did not plan to run anymore. A blood light flashed in his hand, and a human head-sized red Ganoderma appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the red Ganoderma, leaving nothing behind. 1,000 years blood Ganoderma. Yi Chun recognized the name of the red Ganoderma. This kind of Ganoderma was called the blood Ganoderma, which was a great medicine that could nourish the blood and flesh. According to the depth of the color, the age of the blood Ganoderma would be different. This blood Ganoderma was the size of a human head, and it was red in color. It was obviously 1,000 years old 1,000-year blood Ganoderma, which could not be bought with gold. Seeing this, even if Yi Chun was stupid, he would know what Yuan Zhongguo was trying to do. He must be using the effect of the 1,000-year blood Ganoderma to release his minor blood demon body, separating great art in a large area, exploding with his most powerful power to kill Yi Chun in the forest. Very good. I am not afraid of you risking your life, but I am afraid of you running away. Yi Chun swallowed a Zhen Qi replenishing pellet and slowly approached Yuan Zhongguo, with his star-scar sword. 80% release. Standing where he was, Yuan Zhongbua let out a roar. Besides his head, a huge amount of blood poured out from every other part of his body. The blood mixed with his Zhen Qi, forming a sticky blood light, spinning around his body in an irregular pattern. His whole body looked like it was covered in blood. Boom! All of the trees around him started to rot under the attack of the blood-red Qi. The ground had already turned into a bloody land, without any grass growing. Chapter 224. Seeing the commotion caused by his opponent, Yi Chen thought to himself, if I am not mistaken, the minor blood demon body separating great art and the blood demon body separating great art have a lot to do with each other. Perhaps they both came from one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. In comparison, after performing the blood demon body separating great art, the user's whole body would become slow, and they would not know how to dodge. In the end, they would explode themselves to kill their enemies, which would be horrifying. But the minor blood demon body separating great art also had the side effects of slowing down and damaging the body. But compared to the blood demon body separating great art, the side effects were much smaller. Cut! Yi Chen would not just watch his opponent push his battling power to its limit. He waved his star-scar sword, and a blue light sliced through the air. His target was indeed Yuan Zhongbua, who was covered in the bloodlight. Crack! The sound of a steel wire breaking was heard. The blue light had just broken through the bloodlight and cut into Yuan Zhongbua's body when an even more powerful bloodlight exploded, bouncing the blue light away. It turned back into sword Qi in the air, then disappeared completely. It bounced away the sword Qi. Yi Chen frowned a little as he shot out his void-shattering finger power. Under the attack of the void-shattering finger power, the bloodlight outside of Yuan Zhongbua's body dimmed a lot. A bowl-sized conical dent appeared in front of him. The bottom of the dent was very thin, and it looked like it was about to be punctured through. But right then, the finger power could not hold on anymore and started to twist. Eventually, it shattered with a loud sound. No choice. I can only fight in close combat. The lone peak kill combined with the 11 sword movements was without a doubt Yi Chen's most powerful attack. There was no doubt about it. The blood light was like fire, burning fiercely. Yuan Zhongbua's aura kept on increasing, forming a horrifying red tornado. The red tornado shot up into the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a beam of intense spinning light column, standing in the middle of the forest. Such a powerful power. Ever since I learned the minor blood demon body separating great art, this is the first time I have released it to around 80%. Yuan Zhongbua licked his lips as his evil eyes landed on Yi Chen. He laughed. Brat, dying under my most powerful condition would be your honor. Yi Chen said, you think you can control the little blood demon body separating art. There was no such thing as evil or evil in martial arts. It all depended on who was using it. In Yi Chen's opinion, since there was a word martial in martial arts, then it must be under the control of the warrior. Right now, Yuan Zhongbua could not even control the rampaging Qi, which meant that he had not mastered the minor blood demon separating great art yet. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Yuan Zhongbua froze a little. He knew that Yi Chen was right. He indeed could not control the minor blood demon separating great art. It was not because he was stupid, but because the minor blood demon separating great art was different from normal martial arts. Every time he used it, it would severely damage his body. Therefore, unless it was a life or death situation, he would not use it if he could. Even if he did use it, he would not overdo it. Therefore, he did not know much about the minor blood demon separating great art. He had only managed to understand about 30% of its essence. I don't need to fully control the little blood demon body, separating great art. I can kill you like a dog now. Bloodlight break. Yuan Zonghua lifted up his right arm, waving his sword towards Yi Chun. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of countless bombs exploding was heard. The thick sword chi. No, it should not be called sword chi. It was more like a rough sword light. Yuan Zonghua, whose power had increased a lot, had lost the ability to condense his sword chi. It was already impressive enough for him to condense his attack into a rough sword light. The rough sword light went on a rampage, tearing the ground apart. It attacked towards Yi Chun, who was hundreds of meters away, with a brutal power. Before the sword light arrived, all of the trees behind Yi Chun, within a few hundred meters, had been shattered. The ground had collapsed, and the dirt had been pushed up, facing this sword attack that was powerful enough to tear him into pieces. If Yi Chun chose to dodge it, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. By then, he might not be able to dodge the second, third, or even fourth sword attack. After all, the exploding rough sword light's attacking range was way too huge. It was almost beyond his dodging limit. All right, I will let you see what I have achieved in the past month. Yi Chun did not back out. He held the Star Scar sword tightly with both of his hands and raised it above his head. All of a sudden, with the rich, mysterious Jun Qi pouring in, the Star Scar sword started to twist. More accurately, it was the air around the Star Scar sword that started to twist, creating a visual illusion. It was like looking at a great sword at the bottom of a turbulent water surface. As the shocking sword aura exploded, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. Sky-shattering clouds. The rough blood-colored sword light was extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, it was already 10 meters in front of Yi Chun. Under the condition of being able to go beyond the speed of sound, 10 meters of distance could be ignored. However, right now, this 10 meters of distance was like a huge gap. No matter how aggressive the blood-colored sword light was, it could not move an inch forward. The stalemate lasted for less than half a blink of an eye. Then, the blood-red sword light shattered inch by inch, spreading in all directions. The forest within a radius of 1 mile was completely razed to the ground. When the blood-red light dissipated, a 30-meter wide, 20-meter deep crater appeared on the ground. It was a shocking sight. How is this possible? He managed to block out my full power sword attack. Yuan Zonghua was very clear about the power of that sword attack. Not to mention anything else. Just the attacking power alone was already no weaker than some of the top peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Even the top-rank 6 beasts with the ancient bloodline would not dare to ignore that attack. However, Yi Chun had blocked it out. How could he not be shocked? Yi Chun let out a long breath. That sword movement was the same as the lone peak kill. They were both combined sword movements. The difference was that the lone peak kill had combined the lone peak 13 swords, while the sky-shattering clouds had combined the first 3 movements of the low-rank Earth Realm sword art, the Sky Cloud sword art. Normally, with his cultivation, it would be quite difficult for him to combine low-rank Earth Realm sword arts. However, ever since he had reached 50% sword intent and his cultivation had reached the peak level early clasping Yuan realm, he could barely try to combine them. However, it had taken him a whole month to combine the first 2 movements, and it was not perfect yet. As for the third movement, it was not complete yet. In other words, the sword attack that he had performed just now was an incomplete combined sword movement. However, it was already more than enough. He had the lone peak kill for close combat, the 1 sword attack for long-range combat, and the sky-shattering clouds for frontal attacks. Yi Chun's sword arts were pretty well-rounded, and he could handle most of the battles. If he could also train his 5 mountain godly fist art to completion, he would not need to be afraid of anyone even if he was barehanded. Too bad, Combining two low-rank Earth Realm sword arts was already my limit. The third movement was just pieced together, so it does not count as combining. Using this short window, Yi Chen quickly calmed down his boiling qi and blood. Although the exploding power of the blood sword light had not hurt him, it had definitely affected him. Boom! Yuan Zongbua took one step forward, and the ground in front of him suddenly caved in. He yelled, "I want to see how you are going to block out my second sword attack." Blood, Eagle 3 sword attacks. With the help of the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yuan Zongbua threw out 3 sword attacks in a row. Because of the extreme speed, only his arm could be seen shaking a little bit. 3 coarse blood-colored sword lights, 2 from the top and 1 from the bottom. The top 2 sword lights were like the wings of an eagle shattering the air, while the bottom one was like the sharp claws of an eagle tearing the ground apart. Wherever it went, the air would shatter and be pushed out by the sword light, forming a vacuum world one after another. After performing this attack, Yuan Zongbua's body had shrunk a little bit, and his clothes seemed to have become loose, floating in the wind. All right, with this opportunity, I will turn the remaining spirit chi of the fire dragon fruit into my potential. The spirit chi of the fire dragon fruit was not normal. Besides the fact that it could not help warriors break through to the next realm, it contained a huge amount of spirit chi. Before, when Yi Chen seemed to have reached the peak level mid-clasping Yuan realm from the mid-clasping Yuan realm, there was still more than 30% of the spirit chi left. It was hidden deep inside his body, and as time went on, it would leak out from time to time. Even Yi Chen could not stop it. His idea was very simple. With the pressure from Yuan Zongbua, he would completely turn the spirit chi of the fire dragon fruit into Yuan chi and merge it into his body. Once he reached the late clasping Yuan realm, that Yuan chi would help him increase his cultivation even faster, and it would not be wasted. Without taking a step back, Yi Chen crazily pushed his mysterious Zhen Qi and poured it into the Star Scar sword. As a low-rank great weapon, the Star Scar sword did not explode. It swallowed all the pure mysterious Zhen Qi, and its surface shone with a dark starlight. Its sword aura had increased drastically. Boom! After throwing out a sword attack, Yuan Zongbua's sword light was blocked again. Break! Not only had Yuan Zongbua's sword light been shattered, the spirit chi of the fire dragon fruit inside, Yi Chen's body had been shattered as well, turning into pure Yuan Qi, merging with Yi Chen's own human Yuan Qi. The next second, Yi Chen became energetic again, completely different from before, when he had blocked out the sword light. Separate. The blood light spread out. Yi Chen's body started to shake. 4 Zhen Qi shadows followed his real body and flew towards Yuan Zongbua from different angles, preparing for a close combat. No one knew when, but Yuan Zongbua's dry body started to bulge up again. It was the effect of the 1,000-years-old Ganoderma lucidum, which had helped him recover most of his flesh and blood. Piss off! Holding his great sword with one hand, Yuan Zongbua waved a half circle. A blood-colored light appeared, and all of the Zhen Qi shadows that were attacking him had been shattered. Too late. In midair, Yi Chen was less than 1 meter away from Yuan Zongbua. He threw out his Star Scar sword, and that amazing sword light looked like a dream. It seemed to be far away, but also right in front of his eyes. Yuan Zongbua was shocked. With his eyesight, he could not even see where the sword light was. The only thing he could do was to strengthen his blood-light defense to block out that sword attack. Swoosh! The Star Scar sword was extremely sharp. With the help of the 50% sword intent and the sword light, it was like a hot knife through butter. It did not take much effort to pierce through that bloodlight, and pierced through Yuan Zongbua's forehead. As the Star Scar sword was pulled out, a disgusting thing happened. Yuan Zongbua's whole body suddenly dried up and fell onto the ground. At first glance, One would think that he was a skeleton covered in human skin. Only his head looked the same as before, with a deep sword hole on his forehead. What a waste of 1,000-years-old Ganoderma lucidum. Putting the star-scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen's feet landed on the ground. His eyes were full of pity. The 1,000-years-old Ganoderma lucidum was extremely powerful and could not be used up so quickly. It should be because Yuan Zongbua had lost control of his Shinqi, so the Ganoderma lucidum could not work on its own and was locked inside his stomach. Without the nourishment of the Ganoderma lucidum, the side effect of the minor blood demon body separating great art had completely exploded, and all of his blood had evaporated within a second. If there were some evil warriors here, they might take out the Ganoderma lucidum inside Yuan Zongbua's body, since it would still have some medicinal effects. Chapter 225. Someone was coming. Yi Chen frowned. Thousands of meters away, 4 to 5 human shadows were running towards this direction. They were extremely fast, and none of them were below the speed of sound. Waving his hand, Yuan Zongbua's storage ring landed in his hand. Yi Chen flashed his body and disappeared into the woods. He did not want anyone to see that he was the one who killed Yuan Zongbua and the others. Shoo! The first one to arrive was a middle-aged man. Then, 2 more people landed beside him, looking at Yi Chen's disappearing back. The few of them could not help but feel greedy. He has killed a lot of people. He must have gotten a lot of wealth. Should we kill him? Yeah, kill him, and all the wealth will be ours. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait. The middle-aged man stopped the others. The few of them did not understand. What? Boss Hu, you have always killed people without blinking an eye. You won't go easy on us, will you? Worst comes to worst, you can take all the money and we can just drink some soup. The middle-aged man pointed at the dead body on the ground. Don't be blinded by your greed. Look at who he is. Those clothes and that sword. Could it be the inner master of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, Yuan Zongbua? Yuan Zongbua's power was similar to ours. He was an old, late, clasping Yuan, realm warrior. But he had the minor blood demon body, separating great art. Once he risked his life, even peak-level late, clasping Yuan, realm warriors would have to run away. Who killed him? How could he be so powerful? Luckily, Boss Hu reminded us. Otherwise, if we followed him like idiots, we would be chopped up like vegetables. The few of them who had been greedy just now could not help but feel scared. Wealth was good, but they needed to be alive to enjoy it. They had been in the martial world for a long time, so of course they knew that. This low-rank great sword is not bad. It is not a wasted trip. One of them reached out his hand, trying to pick up Yuan Zongbua's sword. The middle-aged man said coldly, "If you want to die, just pick it up." If the people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School knew about it, they would definitely send out powerful warriors to kill you, unless you want to hide in the martial city for the rest of your life. Damn it, I almost forgot that this sword is a hot potato. That person hurried to take back his hand. The Sky Eagle Castle was a rank 7 martial institution after all. They had a lot of resources, not to mention astral-reaching realm warriors. Even if they sent some powerful late, clasping Yuan realm warriors, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Returning to the place where he killed Mr. Jin, Yi Chen took his storage ring, then took a long detour and returned to the martial city. However, this time, he did not brazenly go back directly. He wore a bamboo hat on his head, just enough to cover his face. Fortunately, there were all kinds of people in Wu City, and there were many people who hid their faces. Therefore, Yi Chen's attire was not very special. At the counter outside the cultivation room, Yi Chen paid 3 days' worth of spirit stones in advance, took a jade plate of the middle-grade cultivation room, and walked in. Yi Chen did not stay in the martial city to train his Shen Qi, but to train the 5 mountain godly fist art and the Flow Rudra 3 spell, since it would be a bit troublesome outside. It would not be as safe and quiet as the martial city. As for the uninhabited mountains, there were countless beasts, which was not a good place for training. Before training, Yi Chun counted the wealth of Yuan Zongbua, Mr. Jin, and the three brothers. The five of them had about 200,000 low-rank spirit stones in total. Among them, Yuan Zongbua had the most, followed by the three brothers, and Mr. Jin had the least. That mid-rank Earth Realm finger art, gold-shattering finger, should have been bought by him, which cost a lot of low-rank spirit stones. Besides the low-rank spirit stones, there were also a lot of pellets, a couple of low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and one high-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was indeed Yuan Zongbua's minor blood demon separating art. As for this minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen had a complicated expression on his face. Its power was without a doubt, but the side effects were too horrifying. Without the 1,000-year blood fungus and other great treasures that could nourish the blood and flesh, he would not be able to use it more than once. Learn it or not? Yi Chun hesitated for a while, but he still decided to learn it. It was a matter of life and death, and he was about to lose his life, so why would he care about the side effects? He would just have to look for more treasures that could nourish his body. With his wealth right now, he should not have to worry about not being able to afford it. Of course, the minor blood demon separating art would have to be neglected for a while. His main goal was to train the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell to the second realm, which would allow his separating shadow flying art to reach the high-rank Earth realm. Then, he would train the 5 mountain godly fist art, the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell, as a high-rank Earth realm martial art, was as hard to train as a top-rank Earth realm martial art. If it were not for Yi Chen's powerful soul power and shocking comprehension, it would be impossible for him to train it to the second realm in such a short period of time. Before, when he was in the Gold Tripod City, he had been studying it for a month, and he could feel the signs of the next realm. Now, as he continued to train, the signs were getting more and more obvious. On the 10th day, Yi Chen had finally reached the second realm of the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell, and his separating shadow flying art had officially evolved into a high-rank Earth realm flying art. Right then, he performed his separating shadow flying art with all of his power, and his speed instantly reached twice the speed of sound, which was 20 to 30% faster. Before, Yi Chen's speed was only as fast as a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, since the sword intent did not have any effect on increasing his speed. But now, with his flying art, his speed was definitely not any slower than a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warrior. Unless an astral-reaching realm warrior showed up, there would not be many people who could surpass him with their speed, unless they had trained a higher-rank flying art. Obviously, the chance of that happening would be even smaller. Whether rank 6 martial institutions had top-rank Earth realm flying arts or not, Yi Chen did not know. Outside of rank 6 martial institutions, there were very few people who had top-rank Earth realm flying arts, and there were not many people who had top-rank Earth realm flying arts. After his separating shadow flying art had leveled up, other than the increase in speed, the number of Jinqi shadows that he could create had also increased. There were now 6 of them, and if he used the shadow explosion, he could create hundreds of shadows in a blink of an eye, which were packed together and layered on top of each other. In other words, right now, Yi Chun had finally stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. He would not need to be nervous when facing the Tyrant rank 6 beasts, the Wind Wolf. If he could not win, he would be able to escape. After training the Flow Luo 3 mysterious spell to the second realm, Yi Chen started to train the 5 mountain godly fist art. The 5 mountain godly fist art had 5 movements in total. The first movement was the 5 mountain condensing shape, which was the movement of gathering power. It was also the most basic movement of the 5 mountain godly fist art. Without this movement, the later movements would not have much power. Once this movement was mastered, the fist power would increase to the level of being able to shatter mountains. Although it was a bit exaggerated, one could tell from the description that the fist power of the 5-mountain godly fist art was indeed extraordinary. The first step was gathering power. The gathering power process was not easy at all. The main point was to gather a huge amount of Zhen Qi on the surface of the fist in a special way. If the fist shone with a muddy yellow light, it would be the entry level. If the bright yellow light shone, it would be the entry level. If the light could condense into a mountain shadow, it would be the entry level. As long as he could train the gathering power to the entry level, he would be able to start training the second step, which was force exertion. He did not need to reach the entry level. After only half an hour, Yi Chun had trained the first step of gathering power to the entry level. He reached out his fist, which had a muddy yellow light surrounding it. It was extremely rich. After half a day, the muddy yellow light had turned into a bright yellow light. Within the rich light, an indescribable dominating power could be felt. In front of the training column that was made of hard metal, Yi Chun took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Pooh! The bright yellow light disappeared once it touched the training column. It only left a shallow fist mark on the training column. It seems like it is just like what the manual said. I have to learn the second step of force exertion to be able to throw out all of the fist power of the 5-mountain godly fist art. It should not be like this. Without rushing to learn the second step of force exertion, Yi Chun tried to train the gathering power to the entry level. That way, he would be able to perform all of the fist power of the 5-mountain godly fist art. 5 days later, Yi Chun shook his head. The bright yellow light on his fist was already showing signs of turning into a mountain shadow. However, he had trained the 5-mountain godly fist art for too little time. He had not grasped all of the essences yet, so it would not be easy for him to cross it. Never mind, I should study the force exertion first. The gathering power could be trained slowly in the future, but the exertion was what he needed right now. Even at the entry level of the gathering power, when he performed the first movement of the 5-mountain godly fist art, its power would be more powerful than the fourth movement of the Tyrant fist art. This was the difference between a low-rank Earth Realm fist art and a mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. Plus, the 5-mountain godly fist art was not a normal mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. It was one of the top ones. Yi Chun had spent 210,000 low-rank soul stones to buy it. Compared to the gathering power, the exertion was much easier. Within a week, Yi Chun had mastered it. Walking to the training column again, Yi Chun tightened his right hand. The bright yellow light twisted with a vague mountain shadow. It heavily smashed on the surface of the extremely hard training column. Boom! The training column was slightly dented, and there was a deep fist mark on the place where it had been punched. Because of the huge amount of power, the perfectly straight training column was a bit bent, and the back was tightened. Not bad. The entry-level consolidation of the 5-mountain is even more horrifying than I thought. But what kind of metal is this training column made of? My sword Qi could only leave a sword mark on it, but could not break it. My fist power could not even bend it. It is so unbelievable. Reaching the cultivation level of Yi Chun, he could even shatter a mountain, and normal great swords could be easily broken. The training column in the training room was unimaginably hard. It seemed to be just below a low-rank great weapon. If these metals were made into weapons, it would be enough for clasping Yuan realm warriors to use. Yi Chun naturally did not know that these metals used to be the most normal metal materials, but after being trained by the earth evulsion fire, all of the impurities had been burned out, leaving only the best of the best. There were not many clasping Yuan realm warriors who could destroy them. Time flew, and Yi Chen had stayed in the training room for a month. During this time, he trained his Zhen Qi in the training room at night, stabilizing his cultivation. During the day, he would continue to learn sword arts and train the 5-mountain godly fist art. Learning sword arts was a habit. There was not a single day that Yi Chen did not work on his sword arts. He was very clear that sword arts and sword intent were closely related. The higher the achievement in sword arts, the more stable the sword intent would be, and the easier it would be to improve. On the other hand, among all the sword artists in the world, most of the people who had learned the sword intent were the ones with powerful sword arts. Only a few of them had learned the sword intent with normal sword arts. As for the first movement of the 5-mountain godly fist art, Yi Chen had not reached the completion level yet. But with his powerful fist power, it had already completely surpassed the Tyrant fist art. Chapter 226. Before he left, Yi Chen used all of his fist power and threw a punch on the training column. Crack! The training column made a noise that made people's teeth hurt. The top half of the training column was twisted into an arc shape. In terms of pure power, the fist power was obviously more powerful than the sword chi. Plus, because it was a close-distance attack, Yi Chen's powerful physical power had also been combined with the fist power of the 5-mountain godly fist art. After training the King Kong Jade body, Yi Chen's physical power was close to 50,000 pounds, which was more than enough to blow away a normal whale. The servant who came in to clean up the yard was shocked by what he saw. After leaving the martial city, Yi Chen did not take off his hat. He used his flying art and flew far away. So fast. Right now, my speed should not be slower than Wu Liangyu's, right? During the battle with the beasts in the Gold Tripod City, Wu Liangyu had used the same martial art as the Black Crow Man, which was the high-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Black Crow Great Art. The biggest feature of this martial art was that a pair of Zhen Qi wings could be formed on the back, which would increase the speed. It allowed Wu Liangyu to be way faster than late clasping Yuan Realm warriors, even though he was only at mid-clasping Yuan Realm. Right now, Yi Chen's separating shadow art was also high-rank Earth Realm, which was similar to the Black Crow Great Art. The only difference was that his martial art had increased his speed, while Yi Chen's was purely flying art. Theoretically speaking, Yi Chen's speed should be even faster. Shoo! The scenery on both sides turned into blurry black shadows and moved backward quickly. The wind was like a knife, continuously cutting at Yi Chen's protective Zhen Qi layer. The heavy mystery mountain was getting further and further away until it disappeared into the horizon. In the restaurant in the small town, there was a little light shining in the guest room on the second floor. Young master, the Wong family in the Star Region Lake is not like our Wong family in the Black Ridge City. That is the main family, a rank 9 family, while our Wong family in the Black Ridge City is only a branch, a normal family. So when you get there, you still have to endure. You cannot be too hot-blooded. In the room, an elder in a long robe warned the teenager in black. The black-clothed young man was about 14 or 15 years old. His body was slender and agile, and his not-so-handsome face had a unique temperament. His eyes were black, with very little white. Although his aura was slightly cold, the smile on his face was very gentle. He said, "Uncle Zhou, we are all from the same family. The main family should be as warm as our Wong family in Black Ridge City. So you don't have to worry. Anyway, I'm not a hateful character. At most, I won't provoke them." Uncle Zhou sighed. "You don't understand what I mean. What do you think the main family is calling you over for?" The youth in black said, "Isn't it because my bloodline is pure? You want me to inherit some power? That's the problem. You're just a disciple of a branch family, yet you're able to inherit the main family's power. What will the other disciples of the main family think? They'll definitely not be convinced, and they might even secretly harm you. As long as you die, they'll be the ones to inherit the power. No way. I wasn't the one who wanted to go. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a master. They don't care about your attitude. What they care about is who inherits the power. Forget it. There's no point in talking to you about this. Everything depends on strength. Sleep early. We'll have to travel through the night for a long time. In the third guest room next door. Master Lu, why do we have to go through so much trouble? Why don't we just take care of them? On the edge of the bed, the skinny middle-aged man was wiping his great blade and said in an evil tone. Master Lu stood next to the window with his hands behind his back. His eyes were dark as he shook his head and said, No, that Uncle Zhou is a powerful warrior. I have no confidence that I can beat him. Once they escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. We have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Wait until the Master's warriors meet up with us. It won't be too late to kill them then. Motherfucker, I can't believe that a branch family has such a pure bloodline. This is so confusing. Bloodline is something that happens by chance. No matter how many generations pass, there might be a special case. I can only say that he is lucky. Very soon, this good luck will turn into bad luck. He can only blame himself for having something that he shouldn't have. The skinny middle-aged man licked his lips, his eyes full of cruelty. I've asked a few of the shop owners, and they all said that the Star Region Lake has the most spirit medicines. I hope to find some good ones there. Yi Chen's destination this time was the Star Region Lake. It did not belong to the Black Dragon Empire, nor the other two countries, because it was way bigger than the three countries combined, reaching millions of miles in radius. It stretched all the way to the center of the Misty Snow region, bordering on the Wavy Cloud region and the Thunder region. It was one of the top super lakes in the whole true spirit continent, which was way bigger than the ocean in Yi Chen's world. But here, it was still just called a lake. Of course, Yi Chen did not plan to walk around the whole Star Region Lake. With his cultivation, he would probably be eaten by the beasts before he could even walk 10% of the lake. There were a lot of forbidden places in the Star Region Lake, and some of them were extremely dangerous. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors and Life and Death realm warriors would have to be careful. Yi Chen only wanted to walk around the edge of the Star Region Lake that was close to the Black Dragon Empire. In front of him was a barren mountain area. There were not many plants on the mountain, and there were only bare rocks everywhere, stretching for hundreds of miles. Shoo! Extending his body, Yi Chen flew over like a huge bird. There was an ancient road in the barren mountain. On both sides of the road were bare rock mountains, and on the ground were some dried-out grass. There were piles of rocks everywhere, giving people a desolate feeling. The four figures walked at a steady pace. Let's stop here. Wait for the people from the main house. Master Lu turned around, the killing intent in his eyes gone as he said with a smile. Zhou frowned and said, Your mission is not to bring us to the main house. The faster, the better. Wasting time here is a bit against the rules. Master Lu explained, It is like this. The main house had sent a couple of groups of people to look for you, and each group has a powerful warrior. The road ahead will be very dangerous, so it would be safer if there were more powerful warriors. Then how long do we have to wait? Our Wang family from the Black Hill City did not live in the Black Hill City, and we have not contacted the main house of the Star Region Lake for many years. It would be impossible for them to find us right away. If they could not find us, they would definitely keep searching. How could they meet us here before they could find us? Master Lu's face froze. He did not think of this loophole, and he could not think of anything to explain it. Could it be that we were not waiting for those people, but the powerful warriors sent by the young master to take care of you all together? The skinny middle-aged man could tell that Master Lu was troubled, so he scolded, "Old man, who do you think you are? I told you to wait, so just wait." "What are you talking about?" Zhou said angrily, "Please watch your mouth." "What? Who do you think you are?" The teenager in black was afraid that Zhou would be taken advantage of, so he tried to persuade him. "Zhou, never mind. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe we can wait until they come." Zhou sighed. He felt that something was wrong, especially that skinny middle-aged man. His tone was very aggressive, and he was afraid that he was not a kind person. He sent a Jun Qi message to the teenager in black. "Snake, if anything happens later, you run first. Don't worry about me." The teenager in black looked at Zhou with surprise, not knowing what he meant. Soon, 3 human figures appeared in front of them. "They're here." Master Lu let out a breath. The skinny middle-aged man chuckled as he looked at Zhou and the teenager in black with an evil intention. The leader of the 3 was a scrawny elder, and the 2 people next to him were both muscular men, judging from the Zhenqi vibration. All 3 of them were above the late clasping Yuan realm. The elder's qi was the most powerful, reaching the peak level late clasping Yuan realm. "Are you sure it's him?" Walking up, the elder asked directly. Master Lu nodded. "Yes, I am sure." The old man sized up the black-clothed youth with an emotionless gaze. He stretched out his hand and pulled the youth over. "Nothing can go wrong with this. I'll have to check it myself." Zhou yelled, "What are you doing?" "Old man, stay there and don't move." The skinny middle-aged man blocked Zhou's way and said with a creepy voice, "Swoosh," with a wave of his hand. The black-clothed youth's clothes were torn apart and scattered in all directions. On his muscular and slender upper body, there was a picture of a large snake coiled around it. The large snake was vivid and lifelike, and every scale was especially realistic. It faintly opened and closed in accordance with the black-clothed youth's breathing. What was even more shocking was that the large snake had 5 heads, and all 5 heads were exactly the same, and their eyes emitted a faint red light. A 5-headed snake tattoo. I don't think there is a beast like this. Maybe there is some other meaning to it. On top of the rock mountain, Yi Chen appeared out of nowhere. He had cast the Qi hiding spell, and as long as he did not look with his eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. Leaning against the huge rock, Yi Chen shook his head. Before the elder and the other 2 arrived, he had already sensed the killing intent from Master Lu and the skinny middle-aged man. They did not attack before because they were afraid of Zhou, who was guarding the teenager in black, and did not have full confidence. 5-headed snake. The density of the bloodline is indeed high. It is indeed him. The elder grinned and said with a dry voice. The smile on Master Lu's face disappeared. "Then let's get rid of them here." Hearing him, Zhou's expression changed drastically. The thing that he was worried about the most had happened. This group of people obviously wanted to get rid of Snake, who was about to inherit the special power of the main house. "Piss off." His Zhen Qi exploded as Zhou pushed away the skinny middle-aged man with one palm attack. His body then dashed towards the teenager in black, trying to take him back. "In front of me, you are not allowed to do whatever you want." The skinny elder waved his hand, and his Zhen Qi formed into a huge black snake, which tried to wrap around Zhou. Zhou had to stop himself from moving. He reached out his hand, and his Zhen Qi palm grabbed onto the huge black snake. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As the elder's voice was heard, the huge black snake slid out of the Zhen Qi palm, twisting its long body and jumping towards Zhou. Boom! His Zhen Qi layer was broken. Zhou puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Brat, it is your honor to die in my hands. After blowing away Zhou with one attack, the elder's palm turned into a claw, grabbing towards the teenager in black. Shoo! A beam of sword chi shot out. The elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurried to back out, avoiding the sharp sword chi. Kacha! Between the elder and the teenager in black, a sword mark that was dozens of meters long appeared. It was a few feet wide and immeasurably deep. Chapter 2:27. Sir, who are you? The elder glanced at the sword mark on the ground, then looked at Yi Chun, who was flying towards him. There was a hint of fear in his tone. In the air, Yi Chun reached out his right hand and pulled it back, sucking the teenager in black out of the middle of the five people. Zhou looked at Yi Chun confusedly. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and walked over. Master Snake, are you okay? The teenager in black shook his head. Seeing the teenager in black had escaped, the elder's face turned dark. Yi Chun had moved way too fast, and he did not have time to react at all. He yelled immediately, I don't care who you are. Give me that brat now. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Yi Chun said, I will give you 3 breaths of time. Piss off now. Little bastard, you are looking for death. I will take care of you right now. The skinny middle-aged man, who was the closest to Yi Chun, yelled. Zhen Qi poured out of his body, and his body moved like lightning. He took out his blade and threw out a quick attack. Without taking out his sword, Yi Chun made a fist with his right hand and threw out a simple attack. The blade light disappeared, and the long blade in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly exploded into pieces. Thousands of pieces shot out like rain. Right after that powerful fist power came over with an unstoppable momentum. All of a sudden, he felt that it was not a fist, but a mountain, a horrifying mountain that was moving at a high speed. Boom! Under that fist attack, the middle-aged man could not handle the power. His right arm and half of his body had been blown up. Blood poured out like crazy, and it seemed like he was not going to make it. It is indeed not a normal mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. The first movement is only at entry level, and it already has this much power. When he was training the 5-mountain godly fist art, Yi Chun had never fought with anyone before. He had only measured its power by the damage caused by the training columns. Right now, he had killed a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior with only one punch, which made Yi Chun realize that the price of the 5-mountain godly fist art for 210,000 low-rank soul stones was not without reason. Judging from its power, it was already not that much weaker than high-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Seeing that, the elder's expression got darker and darker. You 3 attack together. Do not be careless. Yes. Master Lu and the other 2 muscular men formed an arc-shaped battle formation and surrounded Yi Chun. The first one to attack was Master Lu. As a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he was way more powerful than the skinny middle-aged man, and he also had a lot of battle experience. He stomped his foot on the ground and released his hidden power, forming a huge mud mound and throwing it out. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. He reached out his right hand and condensed his Junqi into a huge snake head. The snake head opened its mouth wide and flicked its tongue, showing its sharp fangs. What a strange martial skill. Yi Chun squinted his eyes, his body flashed, he dodged the huge mound, and his fist collided with Elder Lu's. The head of the snake had been shattered, and Master Lu puked out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not fly out just like that. Instead, his body slanted, and a sharp Zhen-Qi snake tail appeared behind his butt. The Zhen-Qi snake tail was covered in scales and curved like a hook. Shoo! It stabbed towards Yi Chun's chest. Yi Chun did not panic. He raised his left index finger and pointed at the void. Bang! The true chi snake tail exploded. Snake scale arm. While the two were fighting, the slightly taller, muscular man dashed over. The clothes on his right arm were torn apart, and there were tiny scales on his skin. Those scales were not condensed by Jinqi, but were real scales. Each of them was the size of a fingernail, and the edges were curved, shining with a cold light. Seeing those scales, the first thing that came to Yi Chen's mind was a snake. The martial arts of the Wang family seemed to all be related to snakes, and this muscular man was even more ridiculous. He had never seen or heard of snake scales on his skin, which was completely different from the ghost, head's beast transformation martial art. Kicking away Elder Lu, Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed onto the muscular man's scale-covered fist. Snake entanglement. Unexpectedly, the muscular man's fist was like a snake's head, and his arm was like a snake's body. With a slight twist, he slid out of Yi Chen's palm and coiled around Yi Chen's arm. Then he straightened his body and threw out a punch. Strange. So strange. It seems like there are no bones left. Yi Chen took a step back instantly. As his opponent was about to run out of power, Yi Chen threw out his right fist with a bright yellow light. Crack! His opponent's seemingly boneless right arm exploded with a series of bone-breaking sounds as he screamed and was blown out. Among the three, the last muscular man pulled out the distance between him and Yi Chen. He bent his body, pressed both of his hands on the ground, and yelled, "Crazy snake dance! Rumble!" It seemed like there were countless, huge, poisonous snakes crawling out from the ground. Once they got out of the ground, they would definitely be drowned in the sea of snakes. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The fist power of the five-mountain godly fist art contained the earth element. Under the ground, even the Zhenqi from a high-rank earth realm martial art would not be able to win against his fist power. 5 mountain condensing forms. Break. Bending his body to throw out a punch, Yi Chen's fist deeply sank into the ground. This time, the noise was even bigger than the one made by the muscular man. It was like a huge earthquake had happened within hundreds of meters radius. It was shaking intensely, as if the sky was falling and the ground was cracking. Even the air had turned dirty, which made people feel like the sky was no longer the sky, and the ground was no longer the ground. Visibly, a circle of bright yellow light started from Yi Chen, shooting towards the muscular man at a fast speed. It blew him into the sky, causing him to puke out 3 huge mouthfuls of blood. "Young warrior, watch out!" Suddenly Uncle Zhou warned Yi Chen loudly, his voice extremely hurried. "Haha, it's too late. Under my Snake King's entanglement, no matter how powerful you are, you will still be crushed into meat paste." The elder, who had been quiet the whole time, crossed both of his hands in the air. That rich and cold Jinqi accumulated around Yi Chen, forming a huge snake with black scales. It had 2 heads, its upper body high up in the air, and its lower body deep into the ground. Its body twisted into circles, trapping Yi Chen inside. Right then, the huge snake's body started to wriggle, trying to wrap around Yi Chen to death. Uncle Zhou's face was extremely pale. No matter if it was a normal snake or a demonic snake, the most powerful close combat attack would be the entanglement. No matter how powerful the enemy was, once they were entangled, it would already be great if they could perform 20 to 30% of their power. The teenager in black was also looking at Yi Chen with the same worry. "Sorry, I was just playing with you." Taking out his Star Scar sword, with the help of his sword intent, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Swoosh! The huge black-scaled snake that was formed from Jinqi was cut in half. Yi Chen walked out of the gap and looked at the elder with a faint smile on his face. "What? Keep on entangling." The elder's expression changed drastically. He waved both of his hands in the air. That huge snake that had been cut in half grew out its own head and tail, turning into two huge snakes that continued to entangle towards Yi Chun. Cut! Yi Chun did not even look at the huge snake as he waved out a sword attack towards the elder. The elder's body froze, and the next second he was cut in half. Blood splashed everywhere. Run! Master Lu and the two bulky men could not care about anything else. Even the most powerful elder had been killed, so what else could they do? As long as they could get back to the main house of the Star Region Lake, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill them. Yi Chun shook his head. Since he had already killed two of them, he would not mind killing three more. These people did not look like good people anyway, and keeping them alive would only bring more trouble. 3 beams of sword chi disappeared, leaving behind 3 dead bodies. Zhou froze for a second, then came back to his senses. He hurried to pull the teenager in black and walked over, saying with respect, "Thank you, young warrior, for saving our lives. Master Snake, and I could not thank you enough." Putting away his Star Scar sword, Yi Chun said, "No need to thank me. It was just a moment of interest. Young hero, you saved me and Snake are on a whim. I have no way to repay you, so please accept this." Zhou took out a palm-sized flower from his storage ring. It was in the shape of a fan, with a red bottom and yellow petals. There were 3 petals in total. Blood sunflower. Yi Chun was going to reject it, but when he saw the appearance of the flower, he was tempted. The blood sunflower was a rare spirit flower. It usually grew in places with rich pure yang qi. It had a lot of effects, but the most important one was to nourish the blood and flesh. This blood sunflower was the size of a palm, and 1/3 of it was red. It was obviously 300 years old, and a 1,000 years old flower would be completely red, like a red jade. Although a 300 years old blood sunflower was not as powerful as a 1,000 years old Ganoderma lucidum, it was still better than nothing. In the future, when he mastered the minor blood demon body, separating great art, he could use it to free an arm. Since it is like this, I will accept it. Yi Chun did not reject it anymore. He had saved their lives, so it was natural for him to be rewarded. The only difference was whether he wanted it or not. After accepting the blood sunflower, Yi Chun asked, "You are going to the Star Region Lake?" Zhou nodded. "Our destination is the Wang family of the Star Region Lake. It is located on the Snake Island. It will take us about half a month to get there." The Wang family of the Star Region Lake. Yi Chun had never heard of it before, but it made sense. The Star Region Lake did not belong to any country. It was millions of miles wide, and there must be a lot of martial institutions and families living there. "Young warrior, are you going to the Star Region Lake as well?" Zhou looked at Yi Chun with hope. After this incident, he knew that there must be someone in the main house who did not want his young master to inherit the special power of the main house. With his power alone, it would be hard for him to keep his young master safe. If only Yi Chun was there. Yi Chun nodded. "It is not impossible for me to take you to the Star Region Lake. I just want to know where you can find the blood sunflower." Zhou heard him and said happily, "Our Wang family from the Black Hill City specializes in growing blood sunflowers. However, because of the environment, the blood sunflower could not be more than 300 years old. The main house of the Star Region Lake and the Wang family from the Black Hill City should have some blood sunflowers too. If you don't mind, when we get to the Star Region Lake, my young master, and I will try to get you a few blood sunflowers. Then I will have to trouble you. If it is too expensive, I can buy it with soul stones." Yi Chun was not in need of soul stones right now. It was not impossible for him to buy a few 1,000 years old blood sunflowers. He wondered if the Wang family in the Star Region Lake had any 1,000 years old blood sunflowers. "Bro, my name is Wang Snake. Are you a late clasping Yuan, realm warrior?" The teenager in black asked with admiration. Yichen smiled. "Not yet. I am at the mid-clasping Yuan realm." "You are already so powerful at the mid-clasping Yuan realm? You must be one of the top martial geniuses in the South Rudra region." Wang Snake was even more impressed. He was 15 years old this year and had reached the late condensing reality realm not long ago. If he encountered a clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would not be able to fight back at all. Therefore, once he heard that the main house wanted him to inherit the powerful power, he agreed immediately. His father could not stop him no matter what. Yichen did not say anything. When he was the same age as Wang Snake, he was not as powerful as him. But what was different from him was that Wang Snake had a lot of secrets. That five-headed snake tattoo looked so real, and it was giving off a creepy feeling. Normal people would not be able to sense it. Only Yi Chun, who had a powerful soul power, could sense it. Thinking about the martial skills that the Wang family used and the five-headed snake tattoo on Wang Snake's body, Yi Chun felt that this Wang family in the Star Region Lake was not simple.